sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink, I still sip. My niggas getting high on the regular. This is for my bitches getting high on the regular. Broke drink.
Oh shit! I can't even watch that video. I just realized that guy's banned. Destiny's still banned. What the fuck? The video was so funny. The video was so fucking. Damn. Damn. I didn't even watch the video. Those guys were so fucking dumb. Should I just switch to YouTube? Fuck it. Yeah, I mean. That sucks. I mean, it's not worth it. It's just like an hour of really good laughs. So those guys' arguments were like legendary. I don't want to not do this and then a year goes by and I respond late. I want to like save this one. Damn. Fucking Twitch, man. Fuck. It's frustrating. Fuck, man. No, I'm not doing sub mode off, bro. Like, I've done years of that, and it's like, go watch the other streams. They talk about socks last time, man. Not mean people, boring. Like, hey, what size shoe do you wear? Hey, what? Just questions that are just like weird. Not weird. I don't believe that there's a weird question. I feel like there are time wasters, you know? Because I'm the kind of guy that goes, well, why are you asking? And then I'm wasting time on a fucking retard. Fuck, man. Okay. Fuck it. We're switching. I have to switch to YouTube for now. Fuck, man. Fuck, man. Fuck. I'll chill here for a sec until that thing's fired up. Yeah. What up, guys? Should I plug this thing in? Well, what would be the point of going to YouTube when nobody's even in the stream? How's that a good move? Drew, you know what I'm saying? You guy's a fucking retard, man. He said, go now while your viewers aren't up yet. Go now, hurry before they find out. Before they start jacking purple and they can't do red. You're a fucking retard, man. You think it's like a blood gang, man? What? When I read that, I thought he was saying it like to be funny, and then I reread it, and then I realized, oh, he's saying technically I did not go live yet. That's what he's trying to say. He's like, technically, if you turn it off right now. No, the point is to fucking. Never mind. This is like, that guy's a doctor. That guy's a dentist, bro. Yeah, you threw me off. I was panicking. I was like, should I hit the red button? Fucking retards in chat, bro. This fucking retard, man. Shit. I was this close to turning it off. I'm like, there's still speed. I still got speed. Jeez. Wow, this stings. We're building it up just to switch. I mean, it's funny though. Like it's like when you watch this, you're gonna be like, hey, don't be mean to them. But if I'm mean to them, they leave so many holes, man. Like it's good shit. Yeah. I think his voice would get me banned, right? No, Mr. Girl's begging. He's begging like a dog. Him and Dylan just, you know what I mean? They don't respond now. They're like, oh, if I don't respond, I look like my tail is down. And no, I think I'm coming after your career. Fuck, man. I haven't slept in 2 days. I keep doing this. 2 days on, 1 day sleep, 2 days. Yeah. Yo, I ain't gonna lie though. I'm so close to finishing this. Yeah, no, I'll call it a masonry project. I want. Let's just say this, Tabia. I fucked up because I showed it to close friends and they said, you know, it sounds like I'm lying. It sounds like I'm not even close to being done. So you're going to be surprised. But I showed it to close friends and they said, dude, you could have got a lot of views if you did 10-minute videos out of the whole thing. But why a whole masterpiece? Aren't you just like losing money doing this? And I said, it's so much better to give it your all because new portals open up. Have you noticed that? When you give it your all, new portals open up. But when you give it your 80%, you're still dealing with that 100 total. And so I'm like, the best thing no, I didn't say I was ever making this until a few weeks ago. What are you talking about? Or a month ago, or in December, I mean. I just said I was reading, you know, and commentating on my stream. I didn't say I'm fucking putting a high budget. I'm not even hiring an editor. I'm hiring a fucking guy from film school. And yeah, because a lot of these ideas I have, I swear to God, I'm not exaggerating. Oh, you're saying you're exaggerating. Dude, for the first time in my life, I'm not doing great with a project and then slowing down. I'm not doing weak with a project and trying to, you know, like, it's like every day, 14 hours of perfect work. And then I eat in between and blah, blah, blah. And I'm making the project designed for my brain to consume. So if you like my editing style, kind of like that, except someone else is going to do it, but you know, like that kind of speed. And I'm doing 3 thoughts at once. So one will be an HD background, right? What did I talk about last stream? What did I spoil so far? I don't even remember. What does that mean? Minus 280. Happy birthday. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, I thought I leaked that file. Tapia sent to. I don't know how other streamers do it, but am I supposed to entertain that, like, you guys talk to e-girls and I have to, like, pretend I give a fuck? It's so fucking weird when you guys rat on each other, man. You know what I mean? It's weird, bro. Try being the teacher of the fucking stream and then seeing the students arguing. It's fucking cringe, bro. I just don't want to deal with it. Even in person, it's cringe. And yeah, like it's like you're begging. You guys beg for the streamer to choose sides. Because if I don't go live, nobody knows you guys are having your lovers quarrel. Nobody even said you sent flowers. What are you, fucking crazy? Pepsi is the devil, man. I think I drink Coke Zero every day of my life since I was 21. I'm 28. I'm convinced people who like Pepsi more, they got to be like on a different continent. It can't be the same shit I'm having here. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, dude. All my life, I'm a Coke guy. I spend all my money on Coke, just Coca-Cola. But Sprite tastes better. I don't know what the fuck it is. You can have a couple Coca-Colas and you get metallic with it. But Sprite, you could have a fizzy one, but you could have a tasteless fizzy one that's like flat. Yeah, it's not that bad. But when Sprite is good, it's like I can give you esoteric knowledge about Sprite if you want. I could break down the form of Sprite right now. Look. Sprite. If it shows up ancient orgies and stuff like that, yeah, I don't delete my history because that's fake. And I don't want to be caught on stream like, oh, deleted. So I searched up Egyptian. I was searching up black magic, blood magic, sex magic, like for the project. And then the orgy actually popped up. So, all right. So this is Spiros. No, this is Sprite. And here's something that'll blow your fucking mind about Sprite. It's not lemonade. Isn't that fucking insane? Like, think about it. Think about what I just said. Sprite is the wife if lemonade. I love lemonade. And Sprite would be invited to the barbecue and all that. But Sprite is the pure lemonade that's just... When you think of lemonade, it has all the potential on earth to be delicious. But every company fucks it up and gives you that bitter aftertaste. You know what I'm saying? I don't know anything about Mr. Beast. I think he wants a computer chip in his head. And you know where I stand on that kind of stuff. And I want to leak so bad. I want to leak this project so bad so you know where I stand on that. Yeah. How much percent is done? Okay. Here's the truth, dude. The truth is, if I answer this, you're going to be mad unless you believe me. All right? You're going to be like, what the fuck? Here's the truth, okay? When this project is 35% done, it's complete. Because I'm giving the whole project to someone else. Right? But you can't organize, 12 years? 12 years of rabbit holes and 1 year of literature. And here's the problem, dude. Nothing has stung more than this. 80% of the quotes I have to take out of the documentary. I'm 25%, which doesn't mean like anything. It means like maybe one more full day of work, depending on focus, actually. But I'm definitely in. Here's how I'll word it. Okay, here's how I'll word it. Okay, how about this? How about this? All right, I'll show you what I'm working on. Okay, check this out, guys. Listen to me. All right, this project that I'm working on, all right, it's perfect. It's organized. It's the first project I did that's not a YouTube video. I storyboarded it and everything. And I realized something, dude, when working on this. I realized I'm not a genius. But oh my God, I could do this full time. Hold on. Yo, check this out. Look at this video. What's his name? I'm not even being cocky. Philly on YouTube, right? The fuck? Philly. Fuck. Okay, so check this out.
A quote from Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, adopted by elite aristocrats and powerful business.
I love this guy's. I don't watch his channel, but I love this video he did on Bohemian Grove because it's nice seeing like a more does not believe in anything kind of blue pill guy. Take this stuff like, and you know, I guess he monetized it, which is good for us. But here's what I really like about that dude. Okay, those kind of videos, right? I think it's good. I'm gonna blow that bitch out the water. He's good on the microphone, and I've definitely been tired on the mic. And it's weird. I've never done something like where I have to talk to myself as I do it. YouTubers are weird, bro. Like streaming feels more sane to me. Anyways, I'm going to show you guys that the project is done. The storyboarding is done. The only thing I have to do is with Diminish. I got to get Diminish working. And I got to get him to get me some. Is he in chat? Diminish, I need animated pictures. And I'm doing, for my brain and for Zoomer brain, it's kind of the same attention span. Well, that's not true. If I really want to, yeah, I could do books. But look at this. Diminish. Here's my game plan, all right? Here's my game plan. Fuck, let me pull out Paint. Everything is Diminish. When I show you the project, you're going to feel way different than anything else we worked on. Because this isn't, it's not going to feel like YouTube. It's going to feel like we're going to revise this a billion fucking times in a row, and we're going to get it right the first time. We're going to hit the Alex Jones check mark. We're going to hit the everything check mark. We're going to hit the truth markers. That means I'm not adding fucking aliens and Bigfoot and stupid shit. And this is like, for the guys who've been here the whole last year, you guys are going to fucking explode. Not all that. I'm just talking from entertainment aspect, because the truth bombs are going to be they're going to be depressing, dude. If you go deep with this, they're going to be like, you're going to stop fapping after this one. It's crazy because the most I've ever gotten done at the shortest amount of time, like 2 days in a row, right? Just psychically working, right? And in between work, when I eat, I'll do like 2 hours of Young and blah, blah, blah. And I came to some crazy conclusions that no one else has for their fucking documentaries. And I keep leaking them on stream. Is it a bad idea? My people say it's not a bad idea because nobody's going to organize it like you. You're going to have it first. But I want to leak so bad on stream, dude. I want to leak so fucking bad. Because I'm like fiending for that feedback that helps me out that is never really there. But check this out. So here's what I can leak, all right? How about I do leak a bit of it, right? I'll leak the chapters. And everyone's going to convince me to like make this shorter. I don't want to. We're going to hit it out the park the first time. We're going to build momentum. It's going to be I want it like, yeah, whatever. Okay, there's chapters, okay? There's not chapters, but I'll split it in chapters for chat, okay? Chapter 1, well, we'll just say the hook. The hook's going to be with Balenciaga, modern day, right? That's going to lure in the viewers. And then I'm going to go through Hollywood, but not what people have done on YouTube. There's like some exposed that no one else has done. And this one actually worried me because I've seen bad stuff happen to a lot of people who expose big names. Because if the documentary does good, if this documentary doesn't do good, by the way, I'm actually gonna, people are like, yo, you gotta get your YouTube going before you drop something big. I don't want to, bro. I really don't want to. Okay? It's fucking raining out there. I want to do it this way. But it really fucking stings, bro. So I said, you know what? If I 10 out of 10 this, then I don't have to worry about it going big. If it's, I'll have a test group, I'll have all that. And don't treat it like a YouTube for once. Let's do it correct. And so check this out. It starts off with Balenciaga. And then it goes into black magic with some names that have been sacrificed that has never been leaked on mainstream media, but there's footage of them saying that they got sacrificed and shit. And I don't know why no one leaked it, and now I'm worried. I'm like, if no one leaked it, then why the fuck am I going to be the first? You know what I mean? So I don't know if I want to add that part, but that could be a mega hook. It's just going to be beginning, past, present, future. That's how I divided this project. And like, I'm going to turn this stream off in like an hour and a half after I'm done talking about this. I'm going to show you some pictures because if I show the pics, we'll be here forever. But if I show you guys as I'm finishing this project, I read, I'm listening to Young a lot. I'm listening to, I'm doing old man shit, let's be honest, right? Plato, blah, blah, blah. And Young said that his big regret when he's older is that he never got to play. He got his innocence stripped from him. And, I quit drawing like years ago. So that apparently if you quit something that was part of your identity, that's horrible. So I started doodling, whatever. And, check this doodle out. Hold on. Check it out, dude. I haven't slept in 2 days, and I was laying down, so I couldn't see the lines correct. That's why it's kind of off with the mustache. But I was just doodling half asleep. And I got, I've been way better. But for someone who took 8 years off drawing. And because I'm laying down as I'm drawing this, like with my ear on the pillow, the sword is obviously going to be misaligned. But I'm drawing everything in my YouTube video, right? I'm drawing everything. And then I said to myself, why don't I perfect these and add them as motion pictures? Like, why do I have to use Google when I know exactly what I'm looking for? Like a psychically charged third eye Knights of Templar fucking Baphomet worshiper? I think I can do that better, right? You hear what I'm saying? But then I said, damn, that'll really like increase the length of the project. So I said, you know what? Only for some icons, some iconic characters, 4, 5, 8 of them, whatever. I can draw them, and they got to be drawings like this, where it's like I'm not trying hard. I'm actually just letting my hand go and letting it be a part of the creative process. Because, dude, whoever's made YouTube here, right? Whoever's made YouTube here, and you got to give it up to Alex Jones, bro. Staying creative is fucking retarded hard, right? If your spirit's down. Wait, are you beefing with Jackson Hinkle? Well, my first $240 toothbrush set my hotel on fire. My second $240 toothbrush, he won't fucking mail back to me because I left the backpack in his fucking front door when I took all the boys out to the fucking top of the restaurant. And it's been fucking 4 or 5 months. I don't care about slippers. I don't care about anything there. But damn, I have a third fucking $240 toothbrush. You know what the fuck that looks like on a credit card? Tell your fucking accountant. And this is what I told my accountant. It's okay because I have 2 of them. She's like, what the fuck? And she fucking texted Eden. And Eden's like, look, man, you're like worrying us. I was like, why? He said, it's been 6 months. You have 3 fucking toothbrushes. You're getting ripped off. I said, no, the first one was in flames. The second one, this fucking bitch won't send it back to me. When he texted me, hey, John, I know you're not talking to me right now and you're mad at me, but I can send you your package. And I'm like, yeah, man, that's great. Never did it. He never fucking doesn't respond. He'll only respond for fucking a friendship style. Yo, can you get me on with this streamer and that? Like, bro, come on, man. Give me my fucking toothbrush back. And in my head, I'm like, fuck it. I have 2 of them. I can charge one and use the other and blah, 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 whatever. One for, I don't know. And then, really late, I looked at the pricing of it and I'm like, oh, wow. First of all, do I feel like an idiot? Yeah, because the fire in my hotel room was almost like 4 or 5 feet. I just woke up to like I think I woke up to pee. And I walk in and it was like a 4 or 5 foot long fire, like some biblical fire. And I freaked out because I'm like, why is there only fire in the sink? And I've never walked into fire. I've never had a fire in a house. I've never even seen a flame in a house that big, right? We have electric stoves in Canada. So I've never seen a flame in anywhere. And the flame was pretty much saying, you have 1 more second until this place burns down because it was touching the roof. And I was with like some random girl. She's like sleeping in my bed. This is a long time ago. A year ago, but it took like 2 months for them to give me my, I had to use a fucking battery brush for a while because they wouldn't send it to me because of some stupid Amazon thing. Anyways, so I just throw water on it and it immediately stops, thank God. And I remember thinking to myself, all I did was leave a candle in the sink with water around it. And I left my toothbrush upright. It was the only thing I left upright, but I guess it moved and it fell into the flame. But it didn't even fall in the candle. It fell outside of the candle. So that means it touched the flame for like a couple seconds. And I remember thinking, I'm like, that's the closest I've gotten to ever dying. So anyways, I don't get the toothbrush. They won't send it because I have to go to the U.S. I went to the U.S., finally got my fucking toothbrush. And this isn't a sponsored thing. This is not a sponsored whatever. You will never know genuine happiness until you have a steel frame $240 toothbrush. It sounds like I'm doing that gay comedy thing where I'm like making a toothbrush a big deal. It's not comedy. I'm telling you, for the last 4 years of my life, I'm telling you, for the last 4 years of my life, I would keep clicking on updates to see if there's new toothbrushes on Oral-B. It's not a battery brush that just shakes the head. It's a steel frame that spins the dial. It spins the fucking dial around your tooth. It doesn't shake your tooth. It fucking spins it. Yeah, like some... Anyways. So, all right, check this. You want to see something creepy? Try the fuck... I'll tell you this, man. Try a steel frame toothbrush and then go back to a regular electric brush or a regular brush, and you will never, ever... Your mouth will be numb. Your mouth will be like, whoa, I'm carrying fucking baggage, dude. This is disgusting. These brushes are designed to fucking R-word your teeth, bro. In you know what I'm saying? Anyways, so, but yeah, I don't care about toothbrushes. I'm not passionate about toothbrushes. It's just fucking expensive, bro. Like, I don't know why they make in Canada. Well, I guess that's Canadian. I don't know what it is here, but anyways, and because I kept traveling and getting fucked up, I kept losing these things, right? I'd lose my spares, I'd lose this. And the nice ones, it's like when you lose a nice one, bro, it's black. So anyways, he has the good one, and I wasn't even that mad, you know? It's been a couple months. I've been using a fucking regular electric, and I use a manual because, you know, when you do coke, you just end up brushing your teeth all day. Like, it's like some gum sensation. I don't know. I'm kidding. But yo, check this out, man. What was I saying? What did I say? I haven't slept. Yeah, all I'm saying is there's some things you want that's pricey in your life, and it's not shoes, it's not belt, it's not, right? There's some things in your life where it's like, yeah. So I said to myself, you know, fuck it. I spend a lot this month, and I always say that every month because, like, I'm an idiot. But clicking on buying that fucking toothbrush again really pissed me off, and I want to slap Jackson so fucking hard, but I know he's too small for that. He's such a small little boy, bro. Right? He's big for like the Twitterverse, but and I know for a fact it's collecting dust on that fucking bitch. Anyways, I didn't care, and then, you know, it said on my phone, it billed me. You know how it goes, bing. And I said, look at that. I bought the same toothbrush 3 times in less than, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? And the truth is, I'm more mad at myself, you know? Because you think, oh, wow, you bought it 3 times. Well, big deal, Zherka. I bought Yeti microphones 5 times in a row because of broken cables. I bought vacation trips twice in a row because I got scammed. You know, this is like a reoccurring thing. So it's not like the toothbrush pissed me off. It's that I keep my biggest thing, the biggest thing in my life that I love about myself, right, is the impulse thing, right? I like that impulse thing because growing up, I was very static. And you're like, no way, bro. There's no way that was you. I was very static growing up, and I would make the movement in my head to move, but I wouldn't do it. So, like, you know, if someone wanted to, like, ask a girl out on a date, I would make the movement in my brain, and I would fantasize it. And, you know, I'd be a chat in my head, but I never did it. Some people aren't even a chat in their head. So, you know, I'm so proud of the impulse that I have, you know, where it's like, I just go, you know, take the money and go, right? Yo, Zherka, I got to charge you double. All right, just take it. Fuck off. Leave me alone. And that's built me, right? But I've been doing self-reflection a lot because I don't want to go to prison. And I've noticed something that I end up hating everyone in my life because I said yes to them too much. You know what I mean? So I kept saying yes to my friends about every payment. And then I'd look back on the payments a year from now, and someone would tell me that, hey, Zherka, you paid double, you paid triple, you paid. And I'd be like, yeah, I knew at the time, but I was in a rush. And then, I started thinking to myself, why was I on the rush? Why would I be in the rush if that's my friend I'm talking to? And so I realized, oh, look at this. My whole life I've been getting scammed because of that impulse principle that I have to move fast and just whatever. And same with Uber, same with everything, same with tipping at restaurants. If I pull out $100, I'm trying to tip 20. And I see 100 on my hand, I just fucking hand it to them and blah, blah, blah. And I hate that about myself because I'm like, in my head, I always go, nah, they'll always be my friend. They always got my back. They never give a fuck, bro. None of my friends give a fuck, And that's why I think Dunkel is the saddest person in my life, because there's like, I think 5 streamers with Heel Mike and the girls and the blonde and all that said, Zherka pays for everything. He's great, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, I end up hating my own friends because I pay for everything. Not that I want a favor in return, but I want decency when I call you. I want decent. I want to know if someone talks shit about me, stuff like that. And then I realized something. I'm like, all my life, I'm like this vortex where it's like, oh, if I don't tell Zherka, there's not going to be an argument and blah, blah, blah. And so I end up hating everyone over this kind of money thing. And it starts off as a meme. And then if I told this to a therapist, they'd say, you know what? You have anger issues. Jackson's not a bad guy. Jackson is a fucking thief. He stole my fucking toothbrush. And that's $940, bro. So I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if I ruin a friendship over a toothbrush. You can laugh, you can cry. You can laugh, you can cry. But God knows if I punched him, he'd die. God knows. He knows God knows. And that's fucking shameful. Right? There's no... Kimbo Slice could come down and punch me. I wouldn't die. I would be hurt. I'd be knocked out. I'd be in the hospital. I wouldn't die. God knows that fucking toothbrush stealing bitch is fucking weak. And because it's about a toothbrush, it'll always be just comedy. John's so funny. John's so fucking funny, bro. So yeah, I don't give a fuck. No, he didn't steal it. He said he wants to give it back to me because he wanted a favor so I can hook him up with someone. And I did. I gave him this link, some business link. Right? Because I gave him enough girls. I gave him a business link. And then he fucking just never sends the fucking toothbrush and doesn't respond to the message. You know what I'm saying? And I can't even call him out because then I look like some fucking toothbrush retard on the internet. But it's not about the toothbrush. It's that you're reminding me 3 fucking times I made this mistake, bro. You're supposed to be my friend. And you're supposed to like... If I see my homie... keep getting stung by bees all day, I'd feel bad for him. I'd say, get the fuck out of there. So if I see Zherka getting stung by scammers 3, 4, 5 times, right? I'd be like, yo, Zherka, man, let me fucking, you're a frustrated guy. Let me I know you asked me directly. I've never asked anyone shit. I always say, yo, send me my shit. I don't say directly, can you please send me my toothbrush? So if I say it directly, and in my head, I'm like, look, I know it's not sinister. It's not like he's shoving it up his ass. I know that he just forgot, but I never forget because I don't even think, nothing in my brain hates you, Jackson. I hate my mistake 3 times in a row with that fucking aura. 3 fucking times in a row. And guess what? Now the archetype of that mistake is Jackson. I don't give a fuck. And that's why I attack him on posts. I'm not like no fucking random schizo. Does that make sense, man? It's like, dude, one of my friends once told me, they're like, a real friend just knows when you're frustrated. You know? He said, you know, you don't have real friends if you have to like explain. And I was like, oh, I remember the good old days where like my buddies would just know. You know, they'd know something's off. I was like, now I'm kind of in like this weird material world where everyone's like, oh, Zherka's texting me. I bet it's red pill shit. Zherka's texting you. It's not red pill shit, bro. Give me my fucking toothbrush back. I don't even care paying. I like having two. But I want it back. I want two. Anyways, yeah. But notice how that whole story is just about me making the same mistake for years and years and years. Like always getting ripped off. You know who I always felt like? I always felt like train wrecks. How everyone ripped him off and, hey, I need money for this, and they lie to him and shit. That's exactly me, and I fall for it, right? Because in my head I go, I know this person's lying, but because they're lying, they're stuck, and my life's great, and blah 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 blah. Bro, I'm sorry to say this, dude, but be more selfish, man. Because when people say be less selfish, they're talking about ancient times, bro. They're not talking about the modern world where you're getting skinned alive already. You know, be more selfish, dude. Because who are you being selfish against? Wolves, bro. These are fucking wolves. They're not friends. You know what I mean? There's something about Haas, though, where Haas panics. If you, yo, Zherka, I have your watch. There's something about Haas where it's like he's like me. He's really like me, bro. There's something about Haas where it's like, and Haas will stay that way. Eventually, I'll say, fuck your watch. Come get it, bitch. But Haas will just always be like, I got you, bro. I'll get your watch back. What's your... For some reason, Haas doesn't want to look like he's has someone else's possession. I'm like, bro, what happened to people like that, man? Yeah. Anyways. I also got ripped off for some other stuff, but I'm not talking about that shit. What I'm talking about today is, well, first, how are you guys? Because I'm going to show you guys all this shit, all the good shit soon. And, yeah. See, you know, I'm working on the anger thing. I'm working on it, and I've already damaged Nina's wall. I fucking punched the wall. I've been doing so good all month. And then for some reason, I wasn't sleeping. I thought it was my room back home. And now I'm fucked, bro. Yeah, I don't think she noticed. Well, she hasn't even ever been in this room. So how the fuck, by the time I'm gone, we'll be good. Anyways. But yeah, besides that, I had all of January being pretty good, right? Why did Arab say you're too unstable to work with consistently? Fucking Arab is... Here's a story about Arab, right? And call Yassine and ask him if I'm lying. He spent 40 minutes straight telling Sneeko, Zherka, and Yassine that Zherka got no energy. Zherka ain't coming out tonight. Zherka don't want to go out tonight. Zherka doesn't want to get some fresh air and go out on a... And then he spent 4 more hours when we were eating dinner doing it. And I don't fucking talk back because I know he's right. I'm the old man of the group, man. I'm like, you know, even when I was 21, I was the old man of the group. You know, it was like events that I'd go hard. But so, yeah, I was like, yeah, you're probably right, man. I'll probably, like, I knew I was going to come out. And he's like, no, you're not. I'm like, no, I'll come out. But I don't know if my energy level will be like, whatever. And then he's like, we had like fucking 8 people over, and he's the only one who fell asleep at 9 p.m. And Fresh Fit and them were like, come to the club, and we're like waking him up. And it was like, it was one of those things where it was so awkward we couldn't even say it to him. We're like, bro, you how the fuck did that happen? It's 9 p.m. And then we went to meet Fresh Fit and them somewhere else, and it was nice. But Arab's the only one who slept in. We all went out. It's like all 5 of us. Yeah, so I don't know, but he's right, man. Like, I woke up once at 4 p.m. and he freaked out. He's like, "How could you, bro? We're supposed to film YouTube." Hold on. Did you throw Satan out of the club when you are the bouncer? No, dude. When I was the bouncer, I was tapping into that force. Have you ever gone on like a mission to get vengeance on someone? There's a lot of people in my chat, they'll actually say no, and they mean it. There's a lot of people on earth who just, they don't let it go, but they definitely out of sight, out of mind it. I've never had one human being I never got even with, even as a good version of myself. Isn't that fucked up? Like, I could be cool with them for 4 years, and then in 4 years, I feel the pain of my old self, and I go, "That's baby Zherka you hurt." And then I really, you've seen how fucked up I am. And that's why this month, I dedicated to working on that wrath, and it worked. It doesn't sound like it because I haven't slept and I wasn't supposed to do the stream, but I fucked up. So I sound cranky, but no, I'm doing good. I think I yelled at people like twice this month. Didn't spam text, didn't nothing. But I'm not going to lie, dude. It feels kind of like I'm doing this... yeah, it feels really alone out here, man. Can't describe how alone I've been. Like, the first time in my life I'm feeling what it's like to have no siblings. Dude, there's this weird thing that's happening where I'm so alone that I'm ashamed to turn a YouTube video on because I know why I'm turning it on. I'm not turning it on because I want to watch it. And so I sit in silence for like the longest time, pondering on, does it go away? Whoa. Well, I've had so many stimulating distractions my whole life. I've never felt this feeling of like living in a house where you can't hear the cars, you can't hear nobody. There's no guy screaming in downtown, nothing. Dead silent. Nobody in the house ever. It's like, and, I spent a year not texting people back because, like, I don't know. I really don't know, I like to do this psychoanalysis where I always say on stream, I don't know. One day I'll just say the truth. But yeah, dude, if you don't text people back for a year straight and you move somewhere far away and you stop using their apps and only use Discord, dude, there's nobody in my life. Isn't that fucking insane? That's like the weirdest thing I've ever felt because it's like, I know when people feel it hurts them, but when you do it to yourself, when you're like, oh, I prep people for this. So the other day I just spent a bunch of time with 2 Discord bros, right? I think it was Fate and Elmi. And we just got on a group chat and started typing. And I was like, yeah, this is it's not that bad. But damn, dude, if you live in a house, not downtown, if you live in a house, it's fucking dead silent always. It's great for work. I mean, if it costs you more, you get a lot of shit done. I think like 1,000% more productivity. But there is something really, it's like a shell of your existence. There's no astral. I used to see people walk around, blah, blah, nothing, dude. If I go for a walk, there's not even a car driving. And the silence was so great for the first 2 weeks. And now it's like, ooh. And then the more I pondered, the more I realized everything is the exact same. The only difference is there's no potential of my brother walking in. And that's probably the saddest fucking realization I've ever come to. I was mad at him, in my subconscious because he's always with his girlfriend. And I was weird, even when I have a girl, I still ditch her for boys' night and you know what I mean? So I'm still that guy for my bros. But man, that is so weird when we always kept going back to each other, me and my twin brother. You know what I mean? We go a few months off, few months on, few months, But now it's like, bro, I spend so much time in the US. Why is this affecting me? It's because I see my fucking PC. I see my PC here, and I know it's for real. But damn, dude, it's so weird being this fucking alone, man. I used to say this on stream in Canada. Dude, that wasn't nothing. In Canada, a cousin could be coming by or something like that. But it feels like I can't believe how much work you get. If you're a pussy, the silence is going to make you cry like a bitch. But if you're a man, the silence, you're going to pour through work. I'm going through work that's not even paying me. I'm pouring through it like it's paying me millions. That's insane. I've never done that in my life before. There's always some kind of cookie I'm chasing usually, right? Whether I have 300,000 or fucking zero, I'm always thinking about money. This is the first time I'm thinking about project, and I swear, if you do not do what your deeper self wants you to do, not on no gay shit, right? If you don't do what your inner self wants to do, your inner self will actually make you sick. You understand? You're not working, you're still a lazy bitch. Should I just leak, man? Should I leak? If I leak this, you're going to be like, dude, get a fucking life. Because should I just fucking drop? No, I'm not leaking, bro. No, I already done a little too much. And the last time I leaked, I didn't work on the project for 6 hours. Because I was like, oh, people already saw it. It's kind of made me, it was disgusting. It was way better when it was a package. But yeah, there's this new, I'm really glad I read these books on the psyche, because my dude, Putin is a fucking midget pedophile that looks ugly as fuck, right? He looks like one of the ugliest humans on earth, right? His face is melting off his body. He has the worst facial structure I've ever seen in my life. And he can't even beat a dude in high heels. You know what I mean? Vladimir Putin's anyways. So Jung would say that the tankies who have Vladimir Putin as their archetype, you got to ask them, what is it about Putin that makes that their dad? You understand? And this is the only way you can perceive an archetype as healthy. Okay? If you see the only archetype, which is God, the Father, but it's critiquing you, right? God, the Father would be critiquing you when you think of the archetype. That's the only way you can actually become better in life. But thinking you're like Putin and shit like that. He said cuddling with a girl is the best feeling ever. You're just going to sleep alone forever? What the fuck? Oh my God. Cuddling with a girl. That's shit I do when I'm depressed. Have you ever cuddled a girl and then she they always say what's wrong? What's wrong is I'm going to kill myself. I'm kidding. I'm fucking, what do you mean what's wrong? Have you ever cuddled a girl and she starts trying to fucking get undressed and shit, and then you have to decelerate it? No, I'm hurting. I'm hurting bad. Don't fucking ruin this shit. That's the weirdest thing when you gotta, because then they always go like, why doesn't he want to fuck me? Like, I'm so used to this guy being a badass. And it's like, dude, don't tell anyone. I'm hurting bad. Dude, like, I don't even know why. I don't even know why. Shit. Yeah, but anyways, why I'm happy is this month, right? Worked on anger. I did the 4 steps. All right. They worked. Yeah, they worked. Not as great as I thought they would, but whatever. I experienced 0 resistance, right? Because the only times I didn't work is I was having fun. But I didn't experience resistance where I just like looked at my screen or none of that stupid shit. And resistance for work, it doesn't come unless it's creative work, right? If it's creative work, then you really gotta, if you don't know how to work creative, if you cannot be creative with your work, do you know what happens when you're 35, 40? You stop working. You start hating your job. You actually become a machine, right? You start turning into stone. So Jung talks about like how the work, when it's creative, it's more play. It's like a ping pong with your brain. But yeah, you got to be careful with that. And so, all right, I said, how can I make my work play? Basically, you just have to let your body do what it's doing passively. Be conscious that you're passive, but let it do it. So I'm like, okay, I'm making this whole big fucking movie video, but I would have like slow movement with my hand. My hand would just keep circling, on the wrist. Like it's like I'm stretched. You hear what I'm saying? And so I'm like, why is my hand moving? Like for 8 years, it just moves like that. Like I have some, I always stop it because I'm like, don't be a retard. But lately I'm like, I'm reading all these books on psychology and all that. And they're saying that like, you're not really supposed to stop, you're not supposed to stop acting weird unless it's in the eyes of the public, right? Because that could be perceived as a threat. But you're not supposed to stop acting weird at home alone when your door's locked and it's just you in the fucking room. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? And it literally means you have to hang your body in different positions. You have to, don't kill yourself, not hang like that. I'm saying, drop one of your arms down to the floor where it almost touches the fucking floor. You're never dangling your arm like that when you're sitting on the computer. But it actually wants to go that way sometimes, right? And so I was like, I'm so rigid. I just have like one position and I try and like flex into it for hours and it's like burning energy, and it doesn't burn energy. The mind starts to hate the position and then it's weird. So I started doing this thing with my spine. Where I just keep slowly just put it back to upright. Not fast, none of that shit, right? Admit it, cuddling is better than sex. What? Bro, if imagine you had to cuddle a girl for 40 hours straight, right? You'd fucking explode. It's not better. What the fuck? What are you talking about? Anyways, so the way your vertebra sits and the way you sit at the computer seat, I don't know why I let go of this hidden knowledge. When I was in the gym, I was always retracted scapula. But on the computer, I don't see it like that because I'm like, well, I'm here all day. It's not a workout. No, it's a different type of thing. And you don't have to be conscious of it all the time. But if you keep fidgeting and readjusting, you will get so much more work done. And so I wrote this one down, actually. I was like, okay, so me moving my spine, getting up, walking around for 20 seconds, right? All the stupid shit you see on like those fucking self-help shit. Yeah, they're antidotes, man. So I started working way more hours. And that spinning hand feeling, what am I trying to say with that? Like, when you like move your hand for no reason? like I'd get this like impulse to like rotate my I appreciate you, Asik. I'd get this impulse to rotate my hand and rotate my shoulder and blah 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 blah. And I used to get this in the gym right before I'm like getting into it. And then I just let kind of my hand just flow, and it started to like, I haven't drawn in like 8 years, bro. And it started to do this for me. Oh, my bad. It started to do this for me. And you're like, well, Zherka, I've seen your other art. That's not that impressive. Yes, it is actually, because I was laying down with my ear on the floor with a thin pillow. On the floor, on a carpet floor, in the living room. So I was trying to get the daylight on the paper. And so I drew that all from the angle that I can't even draw. And, you know, I kind of fucked it up, but that's not that bad. Because I've never half asleep drawn like that, right? Like where I'm like dozing in and out and stuff. And so I slammed the Red Bull and I'm like, I finished his face. I swear to God, I finished his face and beard and hair. I swear to God, over 100 times. He had 100 different faces. I've never done that in my life. Usually I just make the line fast and just whatever. But I was like, you know, all my life I draw fast. Why don't I just let my hand go and just like slowly just etch into it? And anyways, as I'm drawing, psychically, I receive a way greater plot from my project. And I tell my people and they're like, holy shit, this is a way better idea for the project, for the storyline. And then I check if it's been done before and yeah, we're safe here and stuff like that. And then I go, okay, this plot is perfect because it doesn't substitute truth, but the narration is different. Right? And so now we have a 3 narrative, me, them, and God. There's a 3-way narrative throughout the whole truth bomb video. And I'm like, God is going to speak through symbols. The evil will speak through allegory. And I will speak through art. And art's not a symbol. I'm not trying to say art's a symbol. Right? By symbol, I mean like a focal point. Right? Like a point. Like what is a point? Right? A point is nothing, but it's, you know, everything of nothing. It's like a form. So anyways, I was like, yeah, this is a way better way to direct this because even Zoomers can consume it now, right? And now check this out. Check this out, dude. I need to find some fucking animators, bro. If I give them high-level art and we just get the good lines on it on the computer, I don't know how to do that, and we make those motion pictures, I don't have to fucking search for photos and stuff that have, like, I go out of my way to use different photos and stuff, but I'm like, I don't want to, bro. I want to do it from my fucking, what I'm seeing in my head, dude. I want to do what I'm seeing from my head. Another thing, okay? I don't do black magic. I don't practice black magic. None of that. But it's real. And this documentary that I'm putting together, it has some of the most famous fucking people on earth exposed. Not by like, hey, I like Satan. No, by them saying I went through a psychic revelation where after the seance, nothing happened because it wasn't real to us until we put motive, until we actually started touching her. And dude, I have all that. And I'm looking on the internet, I'm like, what the fuck? This shit gets such little fucking views because nobody wants to watch a 9-hour fucking biography of the evil guy's best friend. But I get really curious for stuff like that. Because let's say I'm studying Freud, right? Everyone goes into like the psychic theory of sexuality, where he talks about homosexuality just being inverted. They're inverted, and it's not like they want the opposite sex. It's like it's a sexual fetish. It's not actually. Anyways, but then he was progressive, Freud, I guess. But anyways, check this out. that's not how you should look into Freud when you study Freud. Always start with their early life first. I used to do it the other way around, where I go, I'm going to read Freud's work and stuff like, dude, do his early life first. Because then you can distinguish truth from fiction. Then you can see, oh, look at this. You know, he has a problem with his mom, but he's pushing this. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So yeah, I'm like better at this research shit, which is good. You know, I'm going to be doing this for the rest of my days. And it's so fucking hard to give advice when I haven't delivered the project yet. After the project, you guys will be like, hey, you're good at this. I wanna help you, John. Help me, motherfucker. Yeah, but Adam 22, I think they're booking me for like next week. I gotta fly out for like a day or two. Honestly, don't remind me, because anytime I think of like flying, I don't know. Today I hung up the phone on my mom because I said, Mom, I'm really being productive right now. And she said, again? I said, yeah. And she's like, all right, go. And it felt so weird because I'm like, if I stay with her, I'm going to lose 2 hours, and maybe a bit of frustration might kill 2 hours of work or 2 hours of focus, which is just as bad. It means I start to not like work. So like, I'm like, Mom, trust me, you know me, I'm in the zone or I'm not. And then she's like, okay, fine. Because she knew she was going to say something like, you know, she says some very deep shit. And then I go, Ma, come on, bro. I don't want to talk about that shit. Like kids and shit. Have you watched Walter V's testimony? I think, I don't know. What is it good? Oh, yeah, I showed the stream. What are you talking about? I'm the one who showed them that. Yeah. Walter's the guy who actually made me pick up the Bible and not read it. Like, I actually really pondered this time. And yeah. And you know what's interesting about reading the Bible is that it's just a fucking book unless Spirit is flowing through you. So sometimes you can read it and sometimes you can't. But when Spirit's flowing through you, right? When you have this like natural curiosity about it, and it's usually for like one specific chapter, the scariest thing people do is read it from beginning to end. That's what a retard does. Go for the things that stick out to you and then reverse engineer it that way. You'll be hooked. You'll finish the whole book fast. Do never go beginning to end, especially with something like that's 48 books, right? But yeah, the Bible has to be the most accurate thing I've ever read in my life. Like when I think of, should I draw a diagram? Look at this shit, all right? This is wild to me. All right, fuck it. Actually, let's just talk. Yeah, when you realize what the serpent is in the Bible and what it is with the ancient Ophites, the Jewish Gnostics, the Christian Gnostics, the Naga worshippers of India, the Koreans, the Japanese, the Mayans, the dragon, Draco, serpent, snake, feathered snake, all of them had that lizard people conspiracy cringe. But why are humans so fucking obsessed with serpents? Because psychically, that's the only thing you see. That's the kids in school who drew penises all day in their textbooks, they didn't draw them because it's funny and this and that. They did them because that's all they see. When you look at an obelisk, when you look at a Saturn rocket, when you look at a sword, it's a penetrating archetype. It's a penetrating that's active. So when you realize the serpent of temptation is talking to you through the 7 solar deities that conquer you. They're not gods, but we call them deities. Why? Because in Platonic writing, it really means you're being conquered by lust, greed, Mars, Jupiter. You're being conquered by something, and you're out of alignment. That's why Christ brings you back into alignment on the fucking equinox when he comes back. And you need to have faith to even set your psyche healthy. That's insanity, dude. That book is insane. When you realize the serpent is a penis, not just your penis, the penis that's trying to fuck your girl. The penis that fucked this bitch that you want. The penis that you're jealous of and he's the Chad. And the serpent only talks about greed, lust, envy, wrath. That's what the serpent is. The serpent rapes. It rapes women with wrath. Women get raped. The serpent is giving you lust, right? You want to fuck. So if you don't check what the serpent is hissing in your ear, and here's the sad truth about the human psyche, is when you say to a regular person of today's world, when you say to a regular person, hey, are you battling with greed, lust, envy, or wrath? The more, if you say all of them, they just check out of the conversation because they go, this is too hard. I'm being dominated. But if you really study your own psyche, you'll find out that some of those letters are capital and some of those aren't that bad, right? You might be more greedy than you are wrathful, but your greed will definitely bring more wrath. They're going to overlap. They're going to play against you. And that's what those fucking Greek and Egyptian gods were. And every ancient culture had these archetypes. We all know what strength is, but nobody fucking taught us strength. No teacher said this is what strength is to hold the sword. And we just knew that kid on the playground was stronger than us. We just felt the hierarchy of the planets. Planets are wandering stars. They're solar energies, dude. And if you really think you can be your own god, like the Masons teach, you reach cosmic consciousness and blah, 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 then you want to be a planet. You understand? You want to be an adversary to God. So when you really think about it, is the Bible a bad book? Yeah, it's horrible if you're retarded. You know, if you're stupid, it's not a good book. Because when I was a kid, I was like, the best they could think of is a fucking serpent. But the serpent climbs Jacob's ladder up your spinal column, the 33 vertebra. From your sacrum, the sacred fluid goes up your spine into your brain. That's what makes you want to rape someone. Is that temptation of wrath, greed, lust, envy, I want it all, blah, blah, blah. That's why the Bible is like, when people say it's to restrict you. Yes, man is a fucking beast without it. You don't want the fucking riots of last year to be restrained? Fucking terrifying, bro. Don't get me started on tankies that think they're going to be cozy when their fucking windows are smashed in by rocks. Ooh, send me that, Miller. I haven't seen that. Probably the most mind-bending shit I'll ever... Do you guys want me to just blow your mind and just leak my documentary? Fuck it. Fuck it. Who gives a fuck, man? Who gives a fuck? Like, it just makes me work slower on it because I go, oh, people already... Here, I'll show you guys something that no one else has done on YouTube. Okay, who is Carl Jung, chat? Right? Carl Jung, right? He loved Freud, right? And he got to meet him, work with him, do his psychoanalysis. This is when psychology was coming out. And what psychology is, it's alchemy and spirituality of the material world, where it's like they try and explain it as like left lobe, right lobe of the brain. And eventually all great geniuses say, this is stupid, I want to go back to alchemy. And alchemy is the alchemical process of changing your morals by contemplating. So pretty much, if you're a rapist, you're a murderer, if you really focus within and really go down into the cave of darkness and death in your brain and feel what made you a rapist and a murderer, it was probably because you got raped, and you go through the whole psychic revelation, the whole trauma. Apparently, yes, any human can, through practice, through self-reflection, and the correct steps of it. You can't just say, hey, I want to be a good guy. Apparently, anyone can do that, where they can lift whatever is yanking them down, wrath, greed, whatever. And why I always go back to Bible, wrath, greed, and these things is because I don't like the Western archetypes that are made to destroy the Bible, right? It's so cope, you know? Or there's an strength archetype, and there's a, you know what I mean? It's so cope. Because when you look at the archetypes, they're inverted. Think about the Bible. Lust is love, dude. Love is lust. It's inverted depending on if you're a fucking freak or not. You understand? You naturally love, but you get traumatized and raped into lust, where you lust for other people. You understand that you have to get bitten by evil, demonic forces to even become bad? So I don't like everyone trying to throw away this, they're trying to replace Christ with Jordan Peterson, and it's like fucking weak, bro. It's fucking weak. Well, anyways, what is psychology? I mean, psychology is the most made fun of on the internet, but the internet, the guys in chat who laugh at it the most, they're about to kill themselves. You know what I mean? When I was a young kid, I said, what the fuck why would I ever go study anything in college besides psychology? With psychology, you can fucking, if you master that, what can't you do? And psychology all comes back to Freemasonry. The deep truths of psychology are very dark. Oh, I'm going off, dude. Should I keep going? I don't know how I got here, but look at this. Here, yeah. If it's good, I don't want to be preachy today. Let me find it for you. I'll just grab some random pictures and they'll help. The fuck? Oops. Add new source. Get this. I think that's enough. Yeah. All right. It's it is interesting how all these high-level military patches have like psychic wizards on it. Like, what the fuck? And all hidden military programs are something about a wizard, and they never hire a fucking science teacher. They never hire a chemist. They only hire some elemental alchemist type weirdos like hermits. What the fuck? You'd think they need a chemist. Oops. Okay, chat. Notice this picture of me right here. Okay, I just clicked random photos and I'm just gonna like go off. This is not prepared, but I'm already connecting dots. Like, this is so good. When I'm fatigued, I kill it, man. I'm actually sucking my own cock right now. Okay, so this is me when I'm in grade 8. And very innocent, right? I didn't lose my virginity till I graduated high school. I remember one time this girl trying to suck me off, like pulling at my belt, and I don't know. I was like, I had some stomach turning feeling where I didn't want to do it. And then I went home and really regretted it because I was like, she's hot as fuck. She wasn't hot, but back then, I guess. Anyways, check this out. Okay? So here's why it's important to, in your spare time, never, ever, if you're an adult, hey man, those games aren't helping you. Those video games and stuff. Look into studying about the mind. Because first you get intimidated where you go, I'll never understand this stuff. And yes, you will. Yes, you will. It's actually if your goal is to be wise and not knowledgeable, it's actually very easy. If your goal is to be knowledgeable, that means you have to study shit you don't even want to learn about. That should not be your goal. And to be wise is like to know yourself in relation to others, and to be able to see, let's say, what did they call it? Young calls it the shadow or whatever, that there's really just there's a ghost inside of you. Think of it that way. And that guy is not you. That guy wants to do fucked up shit. That guy has 7 things on his mind. And nobody takes this serious because they take real world science serious. And in real world science, when you go up to a scientist and say, hey, I want to kill myself, the science says, dude, you're chemically imbalanced. We got to just like throw drugs and see what works. And then you go, well, how do we know if this, this sounds a little risky, bro. I got to try different drugs and, this sounds scary. But the doctor always looks at the patient with the same gaze. He doesn't care. The doctor doesn't care. That's the world of today. Okay? Jung said the only way a psychologist or a doctor, the only way someone can help another human being is if they've hurt the exact same way as well. That even if they say the wrong thing, they're feeling the right thing in the mental plane, where they go, oh, I'm not alone. This guy's been through it. And they don't like have a realization, but they go to bed thinking, oh, I feel better for some reason, blah, blah, blah. Right? So this alchemical transformation of the brain happens by pondering. It doesn't even happen by reading, writing, nothing. It happens by you asking yourself, why are you thinking that? If you onion peel why you're thinking something over 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, that truth is going to actually make your life better, because it's going to say, stop doing the work. That truth is going to say, hey, man, you don't actually want this. We just thought it, let's say you want to meet up with some fucking hoe. Why do you want this? Well, you peel the layer, you go, I don't got a pussy, I'm horny. Why are you horny? I don't got no pussy. Why don't you got no pussy? I haven't touched a girl in a while. Why haven't you touched a girl in a while? I stay at home. Why haven't you touched a girl in a while? I stay at home. Why haven't you touched a girl in a while? I don't like women. Why haven't you touched a girl in a while? They're stupid. They shouldn't be able to vote. Why haven't you touched a girl in a while? Because I hate myself. And they remind me of all my mistakes when they say, clean this shit up, clean up this behavior, blah, blah, blah. They remind me of my mom. You understand? You go to the root of the idea and you go, God damn, dude. She's just like my mom. She's telling me to stop doing fucking cocaine. This fucking girl. Why nobody does that and they like binge with whatever the fuck they got going on, right? They numb themselves. Is our biggest fear is if we get enough truth onions down our fucking throat that we'll just not do anything and kill ourselves. But it's actually the opposite. Once you fucking consume enough truth onions, you're liberated to do the only thing that's left, the real onion. You go, oh fuck, it's this fucking project that's been in my head for fucking 10 years, 5 years, practically 10 years as a form, 5 years as a practical thing, 2 years as I need to read books, 1 year as in I gotta organize. You know what I mean? And I'm thinking to myself, like, why did I go 27 when I got into this stuff? I was pretty much 27, actually. I'll call it 27 years. I didn't. 27 years I would look for real chemicals in the world to change my brain. Like real, and just real chemicals. Ain't that insane? I think will is everything, but the problem with willing your new life is you got to actually tell yourself it's just not right now. So if you want to will a project, you know how people are like, you just got to do it, discipline. No, you tried that and you're a fucking loser. Find the calmest moment of your day and say, I promise the calmest moment of my day when I feel like I got nothing to do, when I feel like I got, where I feel like, oh, well, what should I click on? Should I call a buddy? At that moment, just spend a little time in silence and say, would you like to start the project right now? And you always say yes. Every single time. And then you psychically start doing it passively, which is actually really healthy. You start to go through the motions of work passively. And what happens when you feel yourself fatiguing from work, but you're so passive, you're just like, blah, 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 blah. You start checking yourself. You go, wait, if I'm changing my brain, if I'm done with the suffering, I'll suffer with the real world. I'm not suffering at work, right? We're men. We love work, right? There's nothing, dude, I'm telling you, a man is the golden retriever, right? If you don't have a ball, you're losing your fucking brain. Even if you're making money, you're losing your fucking everything. You're Spiros, man. You understand? Now, the best thing you can do when you want to do something, let's say you're like, oh, I want to make this YouTube video about like some Sasuke doing some gay shit, right? The greatest thing you can do is ask yourself, what is the Leviathan of your failure? And I promise you it's going to be the same as mine because I grew up in this like age of information and blah, blah, blah in our face, right? And what is the Leviathan always destroying us? The Leviathan is always the intro, the start. We can't start. And if we do, we don't like our start. And so we never get it done. Some of us who are smarter than others, we go to the end. We started from backwards and start to work it backwards into the middle. And look, we lose motivation. This doesn't make sense. It needs an intro. This doesn't make sense. It feels... The greatest thing you can do is have the shittiest intro ever, right? And lock it. Say, that's it. It cannot change for 7 days. That intro cannot change for 7 days. That intro about me talking about toothpaste cannot change for 7 days. And now that you've locked it, you have to work. Because it's locked for 7 days. Once it's locked for 7 days, you go on part 2 and part 3 and part 4. And you go, man, I'm rushing it. Part 2, 3, 4 suck. I'm doing so bad. You go part 5, part 6. Just finish it. Just finish it. In one night, finish it. But dude, this is supposed to be like a 20-day thing. Just finish it, finish it, finish it. Your primary goal should not be starting, should not be tapping, it should be, I'm not leaving my chair till I finish the worst version of this project. So you finish this horrible PowerPoint and you go, holy fuck, I spent 4 hours on the shittiest PowerPoint in my life. It doesn't even make sense. And you get up off your chair and you go to bed and you sleep, and your PowerPoint is about Zherka achieving Sharingan and fighting his younger self in front of a wizard as the wizard's jacking off, trying to send his serpent sperm into Zherka so Zherka can be male and female, right? It's my bar mitzvah. Kidding. So now check this out. I wrote a story where Zherka has to fight younger Zherka to get the eyeball of truth in front of the elders that will kill him if he doesn't get this ritual done. And I go, man, this is fucking stupid. This is fucking stupid. But I go to bed, and the next day, what do I have? I have hope and I have faith. Why? Because I have a PowerPoint done that I forgot about. I go, man, I did something stupid. I don't even remember. I just woke up. You press play the next day on your stupid PowerPoint. And you watch it and you laugh and you're like, oh, this is so stupid. I can't believe I wasted my time. And then ideas start to pour in the crevices of it. The greatest psychic revelations you'll ever experience. And you go, holy shit. If I change one part in this PowerPoint, that hook would look pretty mean. Like that would engage the reader or whatever, the watcher. And so the point is, a shitty idea is the only way you get to a good one. Like never ever start a painting and think that's the painting. You understand? So yeah. That's my speech to myself on when am I being the least like Zherka? All right? Because when I'm in the real world, I want to be the most like Zherka. But when I am alone, I want to be the least like myself. When I'm alone, I want to be present. I want to be all the way immersed. You understand? And this is what it sounds like when you don't fap. This is what no fap sounds like. No, this is what I want more fap. How about that? Anyways, I just feel like the greatest gift I've ever received in 2023, and God is so great, is I've achieved a new range of thought where I don't think I could have done this without streaming, because, you know, streams point out your bad flaws. But, dude, there's these moments where you eat your bad flaws. You know what I mean? You'll never understand the fusion of work and euphoria. You'll never understand how working is euphoric to a man until you realize all you have to do is stop doing what you do. That ritual you have before you get to the gym, you got to stop doing that because you keep missing the fucking gym. You got to stop doing certain things. You're stuck in your ways, bro. And that, to me, all my life, the most romantic thing about me was the dog thing, that I would just do it again and again and again. And I'm tired of the dog thing, bro. That shit is stupid as fuck. Right? Okay, next, I'm gonna share the project, but I'm just showing you guys some of my favorite notes, bro. These notes from weeks ago too. Check this one out. All right, check this one out. Have you noticed, and I know Young and all those people are gonna attack me for this, and they're gonna think I'm retarded. I don't care. Have you noticed ego is only healthy in the real world? But when you're home alone in your room, you start to feel like a fucking phony. Because when you're home alone and not compared to anyone on the street, yeah, on the street you're a badass, but when you're home alone, are you really a badass, or are you seeing different visions of yourself? We all see like a better form of ourselves, and we go like, dude, that, you know what's the shame of the better version of you? The shame is not that he's working harder. The shame is that you know it's easy. Like, men know work is easy. All those Andrew Tates and stuff like that who say hard work is, you know, it's tough, it's discipline, it's this. Is it? What the fuck else would you be doing if not working? You know what I mean? You're gonna fucking kill yourself? What are you gonna do? What's a fucking golden retriever without the fucking balloon and the frisbee? Like, what are you gonna do? And the scary realization is that whether you bust your ass working hard or you do nothing all day in bed, you're just as exhausted in each plane, whether physical or just, chilling. You're just as exhausted. Like, one is actually raping your mind, and it feels worse. So get up. And it's like, it's not that hard to listen to a stream as you're walking, dude. It's really not. The alchemical transformation of the oxygen hitting your fucking brain, it's not a chemical thing, bro. It's not. It's that you're not supposed to cage time into a room, into a prison cell. You're not ever supposed to cage time, because then you stop seeing spirit flow through it. That's why a lot of people in prison get holy books, right? They need spirit to pour in. They need a tree. They need something. And the book writes about a fucking tree. And these guys are like, all they want to do is fucking get out that fucking courtyard and shit. So those people who say touch grass, yeah, okay. It's kind of cringe though, but okay. Like it's just overused. I don't know. Go get up to get rich. I mean, getting rich is the easy part. It's keeping the sanity on the way there that's the hard part. Like, anyone can chill with some degenerate friends who's got some good business opportunities for you. Drug dealing, whatever the fuck. There's so many ways. But then you look at a lot of these streamers, influencers, and all that, and you go, something's off about these people. I've been living in my room for a few months. Yeah, you need to join a team, bro. Believe it or not, individuality is the greatest myth to Western man. Jon Zherka, you must be busy spreading Masonic lies about God's own church that he found in his time on earth. Your community is spreading Masonic heretics, misinformation about the church. It's sad to see so many walking into the serpent's hands. Okay, it looks like we have a homosexual in the chat. Is that, yeah. Are you gonna cry? I don't know what you think this is, but I'm not really someone who's afraid of demons and serpents in my chat, in my room, or anywhere around me. They don't open their mouths when I start speaking. You watch porn all day. You're stroking the serpent all day. You are nothing like me. You should be afraid. And fucking one guy in chat wrote something you didn't like and you called me a Freemason? Me, the guy that's doing the only fucking documentary exposing these guys? And not because they have money. I'm exposing something way deeper. You think Alex Jones is doing what I'm doing, you fucking retard? You think I get paid for this, you fucking idiot? You came from a pedophile mom and a pedophile dad? Your pedophile language? Your ugly parents? Ugly lineage? Matter of fact, you're the devil. That's what you are. You're the devil. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. I just know you're being a fucking pussy in my chat. You're being a put. This is not Bible study, bitch. Go back to fucking Bible study, bitch. It's you Bible study bitches that fucking ruined the West. You got conquered with your fucking pussy ass ways. Fucking dumb bitch. You stupid dumb bitch. You weak little Christian. You need me to lead you. You weak little Christian. Can't do fuck all without me. Turn to a fucking hippie doing fucking Molly at festivals without me, you dumb bitch. fucking depressed and you have anxiety without me, you dumb bitch. You need me. Fuck you talking about. As far as I'm concerned, every fucking Christian in the US is burning in hell. The weakest fucking men I've ever seen in my life. Total fucking pussies. The only ones I ever kick it with are 48 years old. The fucking biggest cowards, bro. At least Muslims will call a sin a sin. These fucking Christians, everyone's okay. Absolute fucking coward shit. It's always you bowl cut little bitches, bro. It's you guys who never had a dad. Your dad was like busy building Noah's Ark, the Lego. Right? Your dad was never like an angry guy. Your dad's like some fucking Bible study guy, right? Yeah, I don't come from your background, bro. I don't really come from your background. You saw some guy talk about serpents and you started calling me a fucking devil worshiper? Who hurt your feelings, bro? If someone in chat hurt you that bad, are you ready for this war? My dude, I'm not a priest. I'm not a preacher. I'm the fucking exorcist of this fucking shit, all right? I'm the only fucking exorcist. You know the alchemical formula I went through? To have 1,000 bitches send me fucking titty pics, and I said, nah, bitch, I'd rather stream about fucking the truth. You know who the fuck does that, huh? Who the fuck does that? Do you know anyone who does that? And they do it to look cool. Do you know anyone who does it because they need to? Do you know anyone who needs to bond to truth? Do you know anyone who takes 3.5 fucking years to get a check mark because they're bonded to truth? You know anyone who gets called a fucking retard every day of his life because of flat earth? You think I walk around thinking like I feel special being the flat guy? No, it fucking sucks. It sucks, dude. And if I didn't look so pretty, it would hurt way more. Like imagine if I was some fucking random flat earth, that would hurt. Right? Because people look at me and they go, oh man, these girls pretend they're flat earthers just to suck this guy dick. And they treat me, it's like cute when I do it. But if I was some random dude, they'd be like, yo, that's a flat tard, bro. He's going to shoot up a school. You know what I mean? So you think years and years and years of being the flat guy at every party and every fucking Thanksgiving. And I'm not flat like, hey, bro, I heard you're a flat earther. I'm flat like I heard them talk about the fucking moon landing next to me. If I don't say it, then they're stuck in that spell. But the fact that you think you live like me, my dude, you are the most quiet little Christian, I'll bet you anything, in the real world. I bet you don't go with a fucking microphone spreading gospel like me. I bet you don't do shit. I bet you do fuck all. You don't do shit, bro. Stop. Look at this. I'm skeptical of any human who uses their trauma to claim they are great. I'm great as fuck, bro. God made me great. Suck my dick, bitch. God failed you, bro. He didn't like you. God just fucking hated you, bro. That's why you're in chat coping. God did me good, bro. I looked in the mirror. I was like, holy fuck, I believe in a divine spirit, 100%. I looked in the mirror and I proved God is real. You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it because that fucking mirror, that mirror is a portal to whatever for you. You sound like an ophite to me. You sound like a serpent worshiper. Yeah, join VC, you little bitch. Fucking imagine watching fucking 9 hours of me do this and then say, you know what? Actually, John, you're on the guys you're exposing. And I'm like, bro, this little fucking bitch, bro. This guy thinks I get subs for streams like this. This little fucking bitch. This little fucking sellout bitch who watches sellout influencers all day. You know I'm mad that I didn't sell out? You know I'm mad? Because if I did, it would be the most boring fucking existence to talk about fucking Raid Shadow Legends, bro. Like you're fucking heroes. Anyways. But I'm not mad. It's 2023. I don't get mad. All I'm trying to say is archetypes exist, you know? Like we found strength here, you know? There's this the archetype of strength. For some reason, everyone knows what it is, right? We're all connected to it, right? Sometimes it bleeds through us, sometimes whatever. And why I talk in such an open way, like what is it, is because if I keep saying it's Christ, it's Christ, it's Christ, bro, people stop listening. In the material world, you have to feed them fucking garbage, like Freud and Jung, to get them close to some kind of revelation. And then you got to say something that only Zherka would say on the internet that's going to change your fucking life. And I'm going to say it in 5, 4, 3, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Carl Jung, the greatest psychologist of all time, was doing seances with women for years and years and years when his maid wasn't home because he came from a rich family. He then practiced the cult and ditched his work to go into Egypt and India because he had a dream of seeing a third eye demon come up to him and say it's all real. All this is real while he's in fucking hell. When he was 17, a wooden table just snapped in half in front of his mom. And it puzzled him, and his mom was spooked, and his mom had a very, very cold sweat about it, because she knew what it was. They're the mega rich. They're very rich. He says, I don't have money for that. They're rich. And then he went into studying about the brain, but he realized it's limited, and that he wants to go into the hidden arts, occult, and alchemy. And all of his friends said, there's no money in that. That's stupid. And he became the greatest of all time. Nikola Tesla, he said, how I became so great and then found out had these psychic revelations, how I became so great is that every night I would go to bed, but before I go to bed, I'd leave a book open with a pen. And every night, I would enter a deep sleep and wake up to every page being filled. Just me knowing exactly what to write and what to connect. That's a pituitary lunar psychic revelation where they work through you. The spirit works through you. This guy says, source is trust me, bro. Okay. If I source it, I think you're getting permabanned. Should we permaban this long-term sub? Yeah, let's permaban. Yeah, we're going to alchemize this fucking disgusting chat. Yeah. Hey, mods, permaban him right now. Permaban him right now. And give me a countdown, see if I fuck this up.
When Nikola Tesla was in his late 80s, very old man, he was given a big awards dinner in New York where the world was thanking him for all the incredible things that he had given to the world. And he said, Nikola Tesla spoke to the audience, and he said, I have to tell you how I got my ideas to do what I've done. He said, every evening before bed, your brain as a human has nothing to do with your blood. It's affecting your brain. The vibrations in your mind are being affected by the sun, the moon, Mars, Jupiter. And so women are from Venus and men are from Mars, meaning our minds operate differently because of the way we're born and who we are and the vibrations in the brain. It's a very big subject about inspiration, and the inspiration comes from out there. When Nikola Tesla was in his late 80s, very old man, he was given a big awards dinner in New York where the world was thanking him for all the incredible things that he had given to the world. And he said, Nikola Tesla spoke to the audience, and he said, I have to tell you how I got my ideas to do what I've done. He said, every evening before bed, I will put a notepad on the little table next to my bed with a pen or a pencil. And he said that every morning when I wake up, there's a written invention on the pad. Somebody comes into my room at night and writes down an invention. And the next morning I get up and it's all written out for me. And so I just go to my laboratory and follow the instructions, and I invented radio, or I invented alternating current, or I made this invention or that invention. And today, Nikola Tesla has lit the world and given us radio and all kinds of wonderful things this man gave to the world. But he said he was inspired by someone writing it down when he was sleeping. And so that's inspiration. To inspire comes from the word spire, to like perspire, inspire. And so spire is to breathe together. Breathing is spire. And so someone was breathing into him their ideas and coming from somewhere else. So that was one point I wanted to make about inspiration, is it doesn't necessarily come from you. It comes from out there.
I don't really get why you need this video to believe in magic and all that stupid shit, when really the inventor of the rocket, Jack Parsons, like that's all you really need. And you got to really think of what is electricity, right? But now check this out, okay? Let me get this camera on for a sec. Yeah, okay, I can't do it. I can't do it. All right. I can't. All right, but here's what I'm trying to say, okay? All right, imagine a circle. Imagine a circle, okay? Just let's draw a big circle, and in the middle of the circle, just draw a dot. You want MS Paint instead? Okay. Okay, you can see this, right? All right. Look at this. Draw a circle. This is not a spell circle. This is just whatever. Let's draw you in the middle, okay? That's you, right? And let's put some forms out there. Okay. And let's put some up here. Right? That was like Earth plane and astral. So basically, how does Cristiano Ronaldo play such good football, right? Like this is Cristiano Ronaldo, right? But he plays much better than this guy over here. He plays at the highest level because spirit flows through him. Some people who have faith can pour it into themselves and take remember, if you made a painting, right, you're divinely inspired. It's not your painting. You're taking it from this invisible world, from the perfect. But if you're jealous of Ronaldo, right, and Ronaldo has a Kabbalah bracelet, so I don't know if he's demonically charged. I really don't know. I'm just using him as a random example. But if you're a very jealous guy and you always look at your peers who do better than you, a lot of times this is your Mars, right? Your manhood. It points up. It's erect and it's angry and it's desperate and wrathful and sinful and greedy. And it actually makes deals with the wrong archetypes. You understand? And the archetype doesn't deceive you until you deceive yourself first. You cannot be bought by the devil if you're not already for sale. Right? You got God's barcode. Like, let's take some responsibility here. And if you ever wonder, like, well, man, I did get deceived in this. Why were you not curious enough? Like, why was chemicals in your brain enough for you? Like, why is chemicals in your fucking brain hey, that's enough science. I understand the world. Yeah. The science teacher told me it's chemicals in my head. How do you become for sale? Through witchcraft, right? And which is really just the alchemical process of ridding yourself of good and evil, of trying to be God, of cosmic consciousness, of being the adversary, of being the star that doesn't rotate that way. You want to go your own way. And that really is, it's tragic too. It's tragic because nobody actually believes they're stronger than God. They just live in the, hey, I'm doing this in my lifetime kind of thing. See, what you guys don't know about Carl Jung is, and Freud, go watch the interview where he's asked about how well he knew Freud personally, and he kind of jumps and gets panicky, and that's the first time you'll see Jung kind of like act a little, well, maybe no one else noticed it, but when I started pointing it out, people are like, dude, you're schizo. And I said, look, all I'm saying is he had a homosexual relationship with Freud. And my buddies are like, why, dude? Just because he got a little weird because he said, he said something about, I don't know him personally like that and blah, blah. And I said, I know for a fact he did. I know because I had that feeling. Did you know the feelings you have in your stomach are always true? They're either telling you the truth or an inverted truth or a truth coming later. So if you think your wife is getting, let's say, taking your money and giving it to some whatever, that feeling you have is true, but she's probably a good girl for the next 2 years. And so that feeling is a psychic kind of, it's a psychic. Feelings you have in your thing, they're all truth or mirroring truth. So if you have a thought about murdering someone, it could be a mirrored truth, right? Because when you realize that the mental plane is not just yours, that it bounces with everyone else's in chat, that's when you start to panic and go, if I let these guys have their last word, I'll be a retard like them. You know what I mean? The scariest thing people do is think that their mental health is just them alone, right there in their room. And that individual, Andrew Tate thing, the individual thing, the right-wing thing, it's very stupid because the soul gets very sick if you don't have communion. That you need groups, that you are a collective. You can't just be your own guy. That means you need like a volleyball team. No, I'm not listening to Nina. I'm the only right winger that's not an individual loser, bro. Those individual losers are, my dude, no one got a black belt thinking as an individual. That shit's fucking retarded, okay? I'm cult-like. I join wolf packs. Plus, you're born into a system. You're born into a family unit that is your neighborhood, that's your town. Like, why are you pretending you're an individual? Like, that's not how... If you are an individual, you don't see yourself like that at all. You say that to look cool. No one actually sees themselves like that, whether call me or whatever. You know how cocky you'd have to be to even believe that shit? When you think of who you are, like who am I as an individual, you immediately group yourself politically because you want to be in an in-group so you're not alone. You immediately have to do panic maneuvers because nobody believes they're an individual. Does that make sense? Yeah, and I'm gonna watch the link on my own time, but I don't have that much time today on stream. I really want to spew gold today. My guys, listen, okay? All of 2023 is gonna be preachy, dude. I'm not. It's been a month straight, and very little resistance. The only place that I failed at is financially. I went hard again. I don't think, yeah. When it comes to finances, I just want the problem to go away as fast as possible, so I just pay for it. And I really need to stop hating I'm ending up trying to punch myself in the mirror, bro. I'm trying to punch myself. So that's the only thing I got to overcome, but everything else is great. What else? Okay, here's the next point. Okay? Here's the next point. There are two demons in you that are always winning. And Young doesn't, I don't know if Young talks about this. I don't know who the fuck, I'm making this up, okay? But it helped me this month. There's two demons in you right now. One is called the past, and the other is called the future, and you can't stop fantasizing about them, even if you're working. And you're like getting old, man. So clearly, like, having this romance with these two is not working for you. Jon Zherka, you have been deceived by evil. Oh, where does evil come from? Have been deceived by all Abrahamic religions were created and throughout history by the devil. You think you oppose, but you worship it. The master of deception laughs and jerks off as it watches mankind fight and go to war over the ideologies it created. Open your eyes. Good thoughts, good words, good deeds, that is the only worthy of worship. It sounds a little gay. Instead, engage in idolatry and blasphemy. It whispers in your ear without a pause. Wake up. Yeah, apparently Carl Jung and all these geniuses disagree with you, and they're doing seances and black magic and had to invert the cross upside down to even have a spiritual charge. So go read their books. You don't have to. I didn't get fooled, bro. These guys got fooled. These guys who wrote our psychology textbooks, they're the ones doing this shit. I'm just bringing the information to you guys. I'm saying, how come I'm the only one to, like, I don't remember Jordan Peterson talking about Carl Jung's occult, his obsession with the cult. And another thing, to be an atheist, being an atheist is worse than being an animal. Because an animal doesn't know it's retarded. But an atheist is convinced that he knows nothing. And they think this is like a platonic, oh, look, I'm Plato level. I'm just a retard. It's like you look at geometric shapes and you look at a fucking tree and you go, oh, yeah, that's a cosmic accident. Atheism is a phase that, when confronted with the truth, usually puts a barrel to its head. It's very sad. It's a very sad thing to promote it. To promote atheism is to promote Nietzsche's book called The Antichrist. Nietzsche, a dude who worshipped a fucking pagan star god that would rape its own family member. Like, that fucking retard. You remember him? Was it Bacchus or some shit? Ugh. Oh, 2 hours in. Okay, we're almost done. All right. Yeah, we're almost done here. Yeah, was it Rites of Bacchus? The accuracy of gravity on our planet says a lot about the creator. Dude, are you stupid? 98% of gravity is dark matter. They say they don't know what 98% of the model is. And number two, gravity is the G in Freemasonry. Gravity is generative principle. Everything is generative principle to these people. Freud said everything comes from sex. Something happens in your childhood, da-da-da-da. And what Freud was really referring to is the caduceus. The serpent's going up. That staff is a penis, dude. It's a phallic object. It's an obelisk. It's what the Egyptians worship. Why does the serpent have wings? Because sperm shoots. Sperm is the serpent. But John, I don't know if I want to live with this idea of a serpent. Bill Clinton lost the highest office you can have because he was horny. Every gamer on this website touches a little girl. Every politician loses their job because of horniness. Wars are started over horniness. Everything is about horniness. Billionaires, do they care about money? Yeah, sure, you're going to believe that because Dr. K and Destiny told you that. No, they don't. They don't care about money. They care about who has the hottest children. They trade kids on a fucking island. It's about horniness again. It's about the serpent again. It's always about this vital force. That's why you play better football when you're horny. That's why you do better on a test when you're horny. That's why Buddha and all these people put their foot on the serpent, and every god is like conquering a serpent. Why? They're saying stop being horny. That it's an alchemical purification. Everything is about you being horny. Why you don't have a job is because you're horny. Why you smoke weed is because you're horny. Why you eat food is because you're horny. So you retain cum as much as possible? No, you do what the people who have heaven on earth do. Peace of mind. That fucking old couple down the street. You're supposed to have a fucking marriage, you retard. It's not about reaching Brahmic splendor where you fuse masculine and feminine and become God. It's about getting married. You fucking retard. If it was about fusing the masculine and the feminine, why the fuck is the feminine inferior? It's not a fusion. That's black magic. It feels like that when you have psychic revelations, because you go, oh, I've seen a taste of afterlife. I get how it's going to go. And you see, all of Carl Jung's homosexual experiences that he had was with Freud, because the most amount of psychic revelation you can have is having gay sex. I'm reading this. I'm not saying it. I think it sounds stupid as fuck, actually. I think for 8 months, I was afraid to say it because I'm like, this is fiction. But here we have Aleister Crowley and all of the great geniuses of antiquity. Every Leonidas, Plato, Pythagoras, Socrates, Aristotle. This man's making the argument that all gnosis comes from gay sex. But it's a little different. When you look deeper, these men, ancient men of antiquity, never had male partners. They had little boys. That it's something about that. And I'm thinking to myself like, huh. All geniuses throughout history have that in common. They're all pedos. Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, Napoleon, Marx, Hitler. Well, he's not a genius, but oops, I'm kidding. But you see what I'm saying? Of course, Marx, he does the hidden hand. Anyone who does the hidden hand is a part of the in club. Do you know how you get into Yale, Skull and Bones, and Masonry? You have to stay in a coffin as they masturbate, but really it's called something with a cherry in the military, that you have to get fucked in the ass so someone has shame over you. And that's going to be your handler. And psychically, you just listen better to them when they have that one over you, because you're a man. And it's with a woman, it's very evil, but there's still hope that she could, break away from it. But with a man, when a man gets raped by another man, apparently this one is like, because a man is more aggressive and stuff, they become a very good psychic slave to commands. This is why it happens at the highest levels of military. This is why it happens with the Pope and all the little boys and stuff. It's a ritual. And what do you think my documentary... Look, listen, what do you think Freemasonry is about? Like, what, you really think they have hidden secrets? It's about generative principle. It's not a coincidence that Jeffrey Epstein, billionaire, Pope, zillionaire, Hollywood, billionaires, politics, billionaires, they're all pedophiles on the same fucking list. Wait, so it's not gay to fuck a man, but it's a ritual of control? Yeah, they wrote that some gay experiences have their own thing, but everyone who made it to the top and made billions, they're not just having fun or like, you know, oh, I like men. They're not doing it for pleasure. It becomes pleasurable the more they do it, because they get addicted to how powerful it is, how powerful it works. And you're like, well, what's the powers you get? It's really these psychic revelations where you write a better paper, you know, paint something better, And it's with a little boy that they do it, right? They do it with a little boy. As a matter of fact, if you look deep into the WikiLeaks, the little girls, they mention through allegory that they eat them. The boys they keep using because the boys are more potent. Popes usually live around 10 years in their vacancy. Why would they care if it was for the money when they're 80 years old? Dude, a pope is not pope by bloodline, you fucking retard. And he's not a pope by purity, like he brought some fucking crazy shit to it. He's a pope because he brings billionaires to his spell circle like Marina Abramovich. You really think some fat Serbian lady playing with pig's blood got a sponsorship with Microsoft? That's what you think happens in the real world? That's what you think, that you think religion is phony? You think that all those black magicians just get $1 billion sponsorships by accident, and the only thing they have in common is a fucking pentagram? The inventor of the rocket, Jack Parsons, said it was a cult. It was hidden knowledge. It wasn't science. Before science, it was called the science. That's what magic was. That's what alchemy was. There's two types of alchemy: inward, outward, just like magic. If you practice it inward and change your alchemical process, you can become a better person and attract better things to you. But it's not a fast track. If you start fucking with those around you, that's a fast track. But when you look at their magic, it's so peculiar. There's water, earth, air, and fire. And if you go through the water, you can make someone not be able to have kids. Because back then, I guess it mattered. Now we don't give a fuck. But again, it's generative principle. It's horniness again. A portal's open every time a rape happens, where demons go to the rapist, and eventually, after helping him, they get his ass, and that's how it works. There's something about this force, these archetypes that enter your psyche, that they always turn on you. I don't know what it is, but every fucking time they turn on you. Right? They can get you $1 billion and then you get shot on the day you receive the check. They always do something really fucked up at the end of it, and these fucking retards never see it coming. Why? Because they're actually more powerful than the demons in their sorcerer mode. It's just that they can't stay in that mode because it's being fed through their life force. So eventually, that third eye starts to weaken. And then they start to slip and they get old and they, I don't know. And then the demons start getting stronger and they go, look, man, we've been in your body a while. But what do you think is happening when an Egyptian pharaoh is raping a little boy? You didn't learn this in school, that Egyptians only raped? You didn't learn that they're like practiced blood magic and eating flesh of their own family members? Why don't you learn that in school? See, the Greeks said the Egyptians are too demonic. We want to adopt their gods, their star gods, but we don't want them to be beastly anymore. We want them to be beautiful. And so they switched from eating flesh of the humans they switched to something like, on their pottery, they have sex with sheep and goat. And I guess this is their other ritual. But why? What is this obsession with beasts and the zodiac? That's the beast system, is the zodiac above, bro. The stars are being casted by the fucking magicians, dude. The planets are the attributes of God. And as soon as one of those stars say to you, hey man, you can be just like God. You could be like Mars. You could be perfect and powerful. You could be like an attribute of God. We'll call you Mars. As soon as you bite from that star, that cosmic tree, well, now you're a Freemason. And you've reached psychic revelation. But you're promised a fake immortality. They didn't die of disease before 30. You believe COVID as well? Dude, they levitated pyramids through resonance and vibration. They knew a certain shape. Put an object over another object, depending on what the shape is, it can change the vibration of the other object. How the fuck did they know that? So they'd use platonic solids to change the fabric of reality, because the shape, we get platonic solids. They have faces, they're earth world. And they made the pyramids that large because there's grid lines going through the world, and through us and under us. These are electric grid lines that people would build churches on, temples. You can't just build a temple anywhere. That's not how stonemasons build temples, you fucking idiot. They're ley lines, they're points on earth that line up with stars so they can be solar charged. But you believe sunlight makes you healthy. Why not the stars and the moon, you fucking retard? You understand? Jon Zherka, why would Jesus build a church and then let it be occupied by Satanists to deceive? Yeah, it's called free will, stupid bitch. All right, let's see. I think you atheists really got to explore the question of the only world that's scarier than a world without God is a world where you understand God. Imagine an ant understanding a human. You fucking stupid. Why would you ever want to go into that position? That's why we bridge it with faith, you fucking retard. If you fucking understood God, that's like, bro, that's like I joined karate class and I go to the black belt. Yo, I understand how to do everything. I get how you did it. I get how you got there, bro. I can see myself get. You're a fucking retard. Is the Vatican Pope a deception by the Masons? Masonry is just an umbrella, right? The highest order is the Jesuit order. Those guys don't fuck around. Like, they're 80% of CIA, and their oath is way bloodier. Well, I think the Masons got it's pretty much the same shit. It's identical to a witchcraft oath. It's kind of like spooky. Why all these ancient religions were like panicking of witchcraft? Bro, our parents told us. Our parents and our teachers told us it's because they were superstitious. So is every billionaire on Epstein's island superstitious, or are they worshiping Moloch? Are you fucking joking me? It's ridiculous, man. You know, the more I go through, the more I go through this project, the more I realize it's not invisible, bro. Like, they're doing it in front of us. Like, there's regular people at parties that it turns out that they like touch unconscious girls and blah blah blah. Then there's people who rape at parties and blame it on the alcohol. But you got to ask yourself, right? If you already know people like that in your neighborhood, who the fuck is at the competitive top and what are they up to? You know? If they're raping here for free, well, imagine where they're going to lose billions. How evil are they getting? Where they get killed for that kind of money. Where at the top, it's a mafia game. It's not just them afraid of us pitchforking them. You understand? Yeah, they used to burn witches and they used to go after Masons hard. I kind of like that Satanists are in the Vatican because really it makes me closer to my Bible, right? That's like, that's a prediction. Thank you, bro. We already know that. Oh, you guys have all the wealth of the world? Yeah, okay, we know that. Oh, you guys don't have your own powers. You just mirror and invert? Okay, we know that. Dude, all black magic rituals have to be done in Christ's name. It's so weird. It's like actually cringe. It's like, bro, make up your own star. Do something. You know, like they just invert stars and do weird shit. Where will you not find Satanists? In positions where they lack gnosis, knowledge, and power, right? In more primitive positions like farms and shit. Because when the soul is primitive, it's actually more pure, right? Like when you were a child, you weren't thinking of fucking Ashley. You were just a child. You were primitive. You were closer to God. Right? Not that God would be dumb, but primitive I'd mean as in it would be anything that's divided from God is way more primitive than going towards. So, you know, for example, if you become very smart and you finish a lot of school, you end up as an atheist. That's knowledge. So you go your whole life jealous of some fucking hillbilly who has peace of mind, a wife with a fat ass, and he just like looks like he's always smiling. And you see people who have money like Carl Jung and these guys, they're always losing their mind, trying not to kill themselves because they're like, why can't I achieve peace of mind? I find myself asking that so often. where I go, is this peace of mind? I swear I felt something better or something, you know? And then it's peace of mind if you're not trying, but you're aware of it. And if you're trying to look for it, you go, oh, this is just a chill moment, but it's not all the way there. And I'm an angry guy, so I need to master this year, or else there's nothing else to master. When you have peace of mind, you can finally enjoy a sandwich again. No, in the documentary, I'm actually thinking I'm going to keep all the books hidden, and I'll just like upload them to a Patreon. Right? Like I don't want everyone to go through my shit. You know how boring it would be if I'm making another project, if I really like to do this stuff, and someone's doing the same thing as me, and I go, bro, he's already covered that topic. Now I just wasted 4 hours, and his is better, and it's like, I kind of want to watch his now. It's like, I'll just release it to those ones who are close to me, who like get close to me, and they go, hey man, I just need to know. But no, I spent years just telling people the stuff I read, and it turns out nobody was listening. Now I don't give a fuck. Now I'm like, fuck you. Bro, no one is stealing your shit. I don't know, man. There's this thing that happens where when I do it, it's cool. But when like my buddies do it, it seems like it's forced. And I'm like looking at them like, you're kind of talking about flat earth like a retard. Stop doing that. You're making my side look bad. But if I get my project done, I don't really care. Oh, Inky, you don't need to know because you're like very a woman, and so you could actually you could fall for those kind of dark arts. Do you remember the moment you lost your innocence? Yeah, that was 20 years old. But no, you're talking about like through just a moment where I felt like the grow up feeling, right? Where it's like, oh, the world's not sunshine and rainbows. Yes, I remember it was, oh my God, dude, I have a good one. In grade 9, we were walking home from school with some girls and stuff like that, and I was just like happy there's girls and blah blah blah. I'm like pretending to be cool, and my brother and friends were all laughing. And high school is a terrifying time for me in the first 2 years. For some reason it was cold. It was like I felt like everyone knew what they were doing except me. Like they knew how to sit, they knew how to smile, they knew how to, like they've done it before. And I felt so weird, dude. Like, I felt like, did you guys all go to the same school together? Like, I feel left the fuck out. And, yo, that was weird for high school, man. And then, the older you get in high school, the more you realize nobody around you has it together. So you feel better. You're like, oh, these guys are stupid as fuck. But we're walking home, and grade 9, I guess, is late. But for me, it's early. Eden just says, as a joke to one of the girls, or to a younger kid, right? The kid's like, what do you guys learn in grade 9? Or something like that, right? They're talking about that shit. He says, yeah, for our next Eden says, yeah, for our next project, we all got to take home a girl and have sex with her. And he looked at the shoes, and everyone started laughing. And because he didn't laugh, Eden usually giggles and stuff, he didn't laugh. My stomach dropped, and I stopped walking, and they kept walking ahead without me. And I felt the coldest sensation I've ever felt, man. Like chills, like frozen, in fear of like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be with the girl, and I don't want to do this project. And I knew something about high school was ominous. I knew there was a ritual. It was like I was predicting that, oh, grade 8, grade 9, something has to happen in high school. Like something, maybe you get in a fight, maybe, but I knew something of shame is going to happen. And it's not like I was thinking of a cute girl too, but I've never felt that level of fear. And all my buddies in Eden are laughing, and they're like going home to watch porn. And all they did was talk about porn. And I'd just pretend like I know. I just pretended. Yeah. So that was the first time I felt like real chills. And then after, it was like, I've never fapped. It was like a year and a half, 2 years, maybe, 2 years after my buddies were fapping. Well, my buddies were fapping years before, but 2 years, I was like 2 years late, and they kept talking about fapping, and I felt left out for 2 years. Like, I'm not a man, like I'm a little boy, and blah, blah, blah. And I liked watching the porn, and I'd get excited, but I would like just go back to like my room or whatever. And then like one day I tried it, and it was like a 2-minute video, and I'm like, I don't know how to do this. Like, I've never touched myself before or anything. Like, back in those days, I used to put one leg over the other, like I have a pussy, and it would just feel good. And I'd be like, oh. Yeah. And I was too afraid to touch my the serpent. I was really afraid. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I know I'm hot and I'm supposed to be touching. So I'll just touch the meat on top of the penis that connects the caucus, whatever. And I just started fingering it like a button. I just fingered it, and it's like it was like building, and then that was the first explosion of lightning, Lucifer, down into my spine. And I'm not saying it came down my spinal column. I'm saying it felt like it came down from the clouds. That was the most magnetic, not in a good way, magnetic, like I was the rod. The most lightning I've ever felt. The biggest sensation of fear, like I'm going through the portal, like I'm about to see God. Pupils fully dilated, arms, legs shaking, head completely glowing, fucking right down to the solar plexus, right in the middle of my body. And then upper half of my body and head exploding in euphoria. Not the good kind. It's good if you've had it before, but if you've had it for the first time, you feel like you got struck by fucking lightning. And then the biggest sensation on the dick as well at the same time. And it came downwards and flooded my face, like. And it was the worst feeling I've ever felt. The highest level of shame. I've felt shame, but I've never felt shame. I've never felt shame through lightning. Like, shame usually comes like, it's like water touching your feet, gets deeper, and then your mom says, hey, this is like lightning strike of shame. And I remember just frozen, staring, and the video is over. It was like 2 minutes on 89.com. I was just frozen. And I was like, I'm not going to lie to you. First thought was, I'm never doing that again, and that I got raped. Not by like a force or anything. Like, I raped myself. Like, I didn't want to actually do that. And I suppressed the fuck out of this for 10 years. I never spoke about it. I didn't even know it happened until like, I started doing better in life, and I started to like open up those memories. But I remember saying to myself, no, I have to do that again because everyone masturbates, and I have to be like the boys in school, and that Naruto complex. Anyways, I said, I'll just schedule it that I'll do it 3 weeks from now or 4 weeks from now. And then I don't think I did it for another like 3 months. Like, I was like shook, traumatized, completely shook and traumatized. And I knew it was the last day I can ever have as who I was. Like, I knew exactly what happened. I knew exactly what I signed up for, that now the portal of looking at girls in my classroom is going to like really open in my pupils, and I'm going to start seeing them more. And yeah, it didn't, and for like the first year, I never even touched my penis when I did it. I was like, for some reason, it would work without doing that. And in my head, I was like, why do my buddies love to do this? I felt really alien. Like, dude, they're still laughing and talking about what they watch. And then the stuff they were watching was really terrifying me. Because I could see in their face when they'd show me porn, I'd be like, dude, I can see some trauma in your eyes. And they go, yeah, I know, but eventually it gets hot. And I'm like, I don't know about this. And we had this weird thing where, I'm not going to lie to you, the greatest bond I've ever felt in my life was around these times. Because this is Halo 3 and Gears of War. And Halo 3 with 4 buddies who are skipping class to go to Sandtrap in a house that's completely empty because someone's parents is moving and we just pulled some fucking mattresses and shit. We would play Halo for 24 hours a day in a dark room while we had a TV screen next to us playing nonstop porn for 24 hours because we can't do it at our homes. So 4 or 5 of us one of us would always look into the portal when we weren't, like, when the 5th guy couldn't play. And we just take turns, but nobody was fapping. We just kept it on. We always laughed at the girl, called her a whore, a bitch, that she belongs in the kitchen. We were very, very violent with our words against women in grade 8. We hated women in grade 8. When I say hated, I mean like we used to grab eggs. One lady made us pick up some trash, which honestly, if someone threw trash on my yard, I think I would fight a child in a video game. But some lady made us pick up trash one time. She's like, you left your Doritos bag there. And I picked it up and I felt the shame when we're walking home through school. And I look at Hank, Purv, Mo, E. And I look at them and I'm like, I'll pick it up. And they're looking at me like, you're a bitch, bro. You're a bitch. But they can't say it out loud because they're bitches too. And so I pick it up, and then every single night for the next 4 months, we egged the shit out of her house horribly. 3 a.m. every single time they got into bed for 6 months straight. And since they lived next to a schoolyard that has a big slope down, they'd have to run down the slope to even catch us. So they can't even come out the gate. And I just remember thinking, I'm like, those people have kids and shit. And then we got really addicted to shooting fireworks and Roman candles in people's houses by the windows. And egging was our thing. Like the head of our football team fucked with me. And I just said in the group chat, I'm like, hey, man, I got disrespected in front of everyone. And then, the group chat would say, then we have to do it. And it was weird because like when my buddies would get disrespected, everyone would run. They would sprint to who is the most aggressive to prove themselves. So if Hank got fucked with, then we used to break into fucking, we used to break the small locks, and we're never thieves, but we used to, anyone who fucked with one of our homies, middle class, we used to break the lock, throw everything in their locker everywhere. And then we'd just be laughing when they're cleaning it up in front of everyone, like the shame ritual. One time we sprayed 4 cans of Axe in one hallway for 45-minute break. And we're thinking it's funny because like we're suffering too. Like it smells like shit. But adults have different senses, so the teachers started panicking and called 911, and they were choking on it, and they couldn't handle it, and they were thinking like, who would do this? We used to every year, me and my buddies, we're probably the worst kids in school. We used to get illegal lockers, the cool guy lockers, so no one could fuck with us, next to the bathroom. And then we'd put a sign on the bathroom that says broken toilet overflowing. And we just take off the sign when the teachers are going to come by. So we had our own bathroom, fully loaded, perfect, pure bathroom that like maybe one kid would use because it's like in a corner. And in that bathroom, we'd smoke fucking weed sometimes. And then we get anxiety. And say, dude, I have anxiety, bro. Call 911. And we'd be like, no, bro, because then we got to tell our parents, just hang in there. hang in there. And then that's the first time I felt real friendship. Because when my buddies who were so violent and vicious and mean, when they looked in my eyes, they were actually comrades. You know, you're going to be good, man. You would be spooked thinking someone that violent can be that chill. You know what I mean? But we had like a rule where we're super good to each other, right? Like a wolves. And it was an unspoken rule, but if someone broke it, everyone would shame that guy. Like if we all skipped class and one guy didn't come, we would shame him into oblivion. It would be his wedding day. We'd be like, yeah, but you didn't come. So no one wanted to be a part of that like guilt. So we'd like fail some classes together and shit. But we weren't popular. We weren't popular, but the popular kids weren't allowed to talk shit because they're like, oh, these guys actually fight. Like they have like some inferiority complexes. So the first time I felt extreme shame was being told that we have a test where we have to lose our innocence to a girl. I was in grade 9. Grade 10, fapping my first time. And then I felt, I saw the seal of Solomon. And then I started liking fapping a year later where I was doing it a lot. But there was always this feeling when I finished. There was always this feeling of like, please tell me what am I doing and why? Because if it's just to repopulate, that's not enough, bro. So grade 11, 12, I would spend a lot of time in a dark room obsessing over the order of the Illuminati, the cringiest conspiracy of all time. And I started seeing the signs and symbols everywhere in those freaky YouTube videos. And to me, I was like, a symbol's all I need, right? Because the symbols never lied to me. Like, for example, here. Let me show you something. Yo, I'm rambling, bro. Okay, so what do we got here? We've got the Eye of Horus, Pineal gland, whatever the fuck. But now, this symbol is really interesting to me, right? Because it penetrates my psyche in a way where it's different from regular people. Because I actually am good with the pen. I can draw. I can check my shit out, right? Let me show you my shit. I know I'm not a smart guy, but I know I can decipher these symbols easily, and not by reading. I can ponder. And what's interesting about that Eye of Horus is that ominous feeling you have about it. Do you have an ominous feeling, or am I just being paranoid? Yeah, it's got to be in all of us that there's something off about that. And there's something off about the Egyptians too, where it's like, dude, they don't tell us what those guys got up to. Because it's very Epstein-like when you read about it. Well, you can't read about it. You have to actually discover it through their fucking poetry. But that eye, that third eye that you unlock, right? That solar force that they're tempting you with, that thing that can bring you Jupiterian type of riches and, right? Like Manny P. Hall said, Lucifer bring you all the treasure of the world for that one sacrifice. And sometimes it is just your soul. But that seat of the soul, temple of soul of man, Saul of man, Solomon, solo man, that eye of Horus, that cosmic consciousness, that genius revelation state, it's coming to you as a tempter, because that eye is not actually the third eye. That level of psychic knowledge can only be achieved by understanding what that eye really means. And that eye is the anus. Yeah. The eye is the anus. That you can only receive psychic revelation if you do an anal ritual with a child. Just like Leonidas, Plato, Pythagoras. Just like all geniuses of antiquity. Just like everyone in history. That's why they had those kind of pyramids, those kind of societies. That's the level of knowledge they had. You don't believe me? It's right here. It's right here. Do you see the sun, Horus, in the middle, where the G usually is? Do you see how the sun rises by the blazing star? The blazing star is tempting you to try it, to try and rape a child. You can't believe what you're hearing because Alex Jones would never say this live. Because this is not stuff you don't want these guys on your back for this one. I'm glad I'm a smaller channel. Why is the apron here? It represents purity. The eyeball is the third eye, the generative principle. What is generative principle? Sperm, the serpent that coils down your spine. What is the ritual you do to become a pharaoh? What is the ritual you do to enter Skull and Bones? What is the ritual you do to enter the stonemasons, the druids, the hermeticists, even the Rosicrucians for a lot of them? There's good ones, but it's always been about yin and yang, solar, lunar, red pill, blue pill. They tempt you with this stuff. Why? There's no real choice, dude. If you go with the cold force, the Saturnian lunar force, the satanic, the darkness, the stars and the moon, which is the horns of Baal, the bull. If you go with the moon, you're rabid. But if you go with the sun, you're a genius who helps everyone and blah, 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 but you did it through raping a child. Why did the Romans rape children? Everyone that TV makes you worship was a pedo. There's a fucking retard in my chat that said, how does that give you knowledge? Are you fucking retarded? There's never been a straight philosopher in history. There's never been a straight scientist in history. There's never been a straight mathematician in history. It's psychic knowledge through inversion. When you invert generative principle, when you invert the path of God. Are you not keeping up? You can believe they do Epstein Island, but you can't believe this? You fucking idiot. Yeah, but you thought of this without it? Thought of what? No, I didn't even believe this stuff till I finished their books. And in none of their books do they say it out loud. I think the only people who were honest about it were Skull and Bones, but they took back whatever they said and shit. And Skull and Bones is just violent. They're just fucked up, so they don't care, I guess. You understand? Freud, Jung. I mean, I got gay friends and they told me, yeah, it's black magic. I was like, what the fuck? It's like, what the fuck? You're doing it with kids? I'm kidding. John, had you become gay to understand it? He sacrificed himself for us. No, dude, you're not funny. What's your end goal with this research? My end goal with this research is I don't want to be you. I don't want to be Jordan Peterson who says, well, Jung talks about the archetypes, but he won't talk about his homosexual experience. Or, how come nobody on the fucking internet exposed Carl Jung for taking like young women? He took think of this, a woman, the creature that never kills themselves. It's always men who do it. He got his patient to kill herself with a fucking gun to her head so he can look at the face she'd make when she dies to see if she regretted it or not. And he was astonished to find out she regretted it, that it wasn't the right move. And he writes about it, and nobody, he writes about it, and everyone's like, yeah, that's unfortunate that happened to your patient. Dude, women don't kill themselves, bro. He got her to do that. Because he said when he was a kid, he just did seances until he got caught. Then the fucking table kept breaking, and his mom knew what it was, and she was like really coping because, Christian family and stuff. And then he said that something always spoke to him and that he has to quit his job to learn about black magic in Egypt and India. And he fucking... Let me just play it. Should I just play it, dude? I hate when it's like nobody believes me and it's like, you guys are just fucking... you're burning in hell, chat, man. Every time you say I'm lying, you're burning in hell. It's weird that nobody knows this about the geniuses of our time. When you research someone, if you want to research a genius throughout history, stop looking at their work and look at their... I didn't read Manny P. Hall that much until I said, black magic? I don't buy this shit. And then I said, Manny P. Hall, how did he die? And then I knew. And I went and read all of his books and I said, okay, now I believe this. That's how simple it was. Just snap switched. You got to just look in their life and see what's happening to them. Like, what are they conjuring? Yeah, Hitler talked about some homosexual black magic with kids. But hold on. Oh, this guru guy is killing me. Sigmund Freud, the greatest psychologist of all time, he wrote about sex and how it's everything. Generative principle, again, it's always back to sex. You think this stream just screams pedos every time for no reason, like to be funny? You're ruled by the serpent. You understand? Hold on.
yes, it soon developed into a personal friendship.
And what sort of man was Freud?
Well, he was a complicated nature, I liked him very much, but I soon discovered that when he had thought something, then it was settled, while I was doubting all along the line. And it was impossible to discuss something really à fond. He had no philosophical education, particularly, I was studying Kant, and I was steeped in it, and that was far from Freud. So from the very beginning, there was a discrepancy.
Did you in fact grow apart later, partly because of a difference in temperamental approach to experiment and proof and so on?
Well, of course, there is always a temperamental difference. And his approach was naturally different from mine because his personality was different from mine. That led me into my later investigation of psychological types. There are definite attitudes.
It's pretty genius. I like that, but you can tell he's you could tell he's practicing to sound straight and look straight. Look at him. He's really good at pretending to be straight. Am I the only one seeing it? Like, you could tell he's like trained himself. He said he trained himself to fix some problems he has with his own mind, and but just watch, okay? You'll see it.
Some people are doing it in this way, and other people are doing it in the other typical way. And there were such differences between myself and Freud too.
Do you consider that Freud's standard of proof and experimentation was less high than your own?
Well, you see, that is an evaluation I'm not competent of.
Dude, these people are so funny, man. These people are so funny that they try to destroy Freud's career for saying everything is about your penis because they want only the Masons on the top to understand magic and vital principle and all that. They cannot let us have it. They gave us biology instead. And it's like, dude, you mean the Egyptians worshiped that serpent and now Freud does too? The fuck? Do you want to see Carl Jung, demonic possession? This is creepy as fuck. I've been getting good shit, man.
I am not my own history or my historiographer. With reference to certain results, I think my method has its merits.
Tell me, did Freud himself ever analyze you?
Oh yes, I had submitted quite a lot of my
They had sex together. Look at his face.
dreams to him, and so did he.
And he to you, yes?
Oh yes.
Yes.
By the way, if you can't understand what I'm saying, here's what I'm saying. Back then, when people just had money and a bunch of time to master their craft and stuff like that, yeah, those guys were always fucking everything. You know what I mean? That's just how it was.
Do you remember now, at this distance of time, what were the significant features of Freud's dreams that you noted at the time?
Well, that is rather indiscreet to ask. There is such a thing as a professional secret.
He's been dead these many years.
Yes, but these regards last longer than life. I prefer not to talk about it.
Well, may I ask you something?
All these guys did back then is everyone want to work with them. They would hire patients that were attractive, young girls, blah, blah, blah. And they put them in hypnotic spells, black magic. And they called it psychology. And all they did is ever get their dick sucked by everyone. And it was like a known thing that these guys are like, these are the players. They're not just, they're like dirty little psychologists that help you out. They'll fix your problems, but it's like and they like fuck the people in a hypnotic state. And the hypnotic state, MK Ultra, right? And the hypnotic state initiate, or whatever you want to call it, they clean up the mess themselves before they come back to it. So they didn't even have trouble cleaning up messes and stuff like that. And it was always out of knowledge, curiosity. Like, what happens if I put her deeper into this subconscious? What happens if I, right? And you got to remember, the moment a man this demonic, who's demonically charged, he even talks about it, seeing very fucked up. All he did is talk about ghosts. He wrote 5 black books, bro. He says, I mean, like, imagine how tempted this guy is when he has like a beautiful girl right there doing whatever the fuck he says, and he knows that it's not just like, magic is really working off someone's trauma, right? It's like ping pong off their trauma. And that's all it is, right? If you want to see the mirrored versions of you, you go through the traumas, the shattered mirrors and all that. And sometimes you can bring out those glass shards, you know, and fuck up your life here. And these guys mastered this. But Jung didn't master psychology. He quit psychology to learn witchcraft. It's just called alchemy. They changed the fucking word, but in the Bible it says don't fucking do this shit to someone. You know, don't fucking do it, because, you know, you might help 100 of them, but eventually you'll get curious enough to say, hey, my patient is under a deep hypnotic spell and I can get away with it. And a lot of guys are fucked up like that. But guys who see themselves like God, right? These powerful guys, to be the best, this is what it takes, bro. Like, it sounds like I'm reaching until I show you black magic. Then you'll be like, oh, Carl Jung is actually a fucking magician. And it's kind of sad that, like, you know, I thought growing up I'd get into like mechanics and engineering and stuff. I had no idea that all that stuff we learn in school is useless, and then these guys are just bending invisible forces of nature to destroy our lives while they benefit. That's crazy.
Something else then, which perhaps is also indiscreet. Is it true that you have a very large number of letters which you exchanged with Freud, which are still unpublished?
Yes.
When are they going to be published?
Well, not during my lifetime.
You would have no objection to them being published after your lifetime?
Oh, no, not at all.
Because they are probably of great historical importance.
I don't think so.
Then why have you not published them so far?
Because they were not important to me enough. I see no particular importance in them.
They are concerned with personal matters?
Well, partially. But I wouldn't care to publish them.
Well, now, can we move on to the time when you did eventually part company with Freud? It was partly, I think, with the publication of your book, The Psychology of the Unconscious. Is that correct?
That was the real cause.
Is what I'm saying making sense to you, or do we have to go deeper? What's an Oculus, Chad? Why does Marina Abramovich in a black spell circle, why does she want us to be wearing a VR headset? What does an Oculus even mean? Huh. Around or eye-like opening or design, such as a circular window or an opening at the apex of the dome. They own gaming, dude. There's Saturnian cube worship. They worship the cube, right? Here's your GameCube. Right? Here's your black GameCube. What is their symbol? Generative principle with the cube inside. It's reaching because it worked on you. It worked on me when I was young. Zherka, what does the symbol of the snake eating itself mean? It means it means infinity, but again, it's another anus thing. Because remember, the serpent is the only to fuse male and female really means when the serpent opens its mouth, it's female vagina, and the tail is the male, and the fusion of that is to reach God consciousness. Because is God man? Is God woman? These guys say, hey, you can be God. You can have immortality through the practice of Druidic stonemasonry. And the cube is just a hexagon, right? It's a hex. It's a hex, and it's really, when you look closer, you're like, what do you mean by all this? Which hex is it? It's the hex of masculine, male and female, fused seal. The fuck is this? Just do seal of Solomon. And who is Solomon, chat? Right? Why do they stop here? Because, look, dude, just focus, man. He had the most money anyone's ever have in history. Trillions, bro. The richest person in history that used demons to build a fucking temple. He even says it. Just like Young. Hold up.
Well, now, before you... Oh, I mean the final course. Because it had a long preparation. From the beginning, I had a reservatio mentalis. I couldn't...
Every time you see the eye, it means the anus. They promise you the knowledge if they get to rape you. Do you understand? You can bite from the fruit of Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus. You can do it, man. But you have to go through that temple initiation. That you get raped, you're in pain, you're in darkness, and then you see the light. And that light is really, they're getting you psychically charged into the highest level of trauma. And that's why if they are skull and bones men who really need to harness real energy, they put on goat heads and cut you and scream and torture you, and they try and really shatter your mind. But why would they want to rape everyone in their clan? Because when you rape someone and traumatize them and shatter their mind, they go into a dissociative state. In the tomb, they go into a dissociative state, meaning you can say anything to them. You can say anything to them and they'll listen because they're in a dissociative state. The psyche cannot handle that level of trauma. That's why the psyche goes into a primitive childlike form where it's like, I'm just going to pretend I'm not here. I'm playing with rabbits. I'm in the rabbit hole, blah, blah, blah. But that's why soldiers get raped at the highest level of Navy SEALs. You understand? Like, look at this fucking retard in chat. He says, yeah, this is comedy, bro. You're batshit. Thomas, your name Thomas Raw. Because you've been through this ritual. You got fucked raw. Listen to me, guys. If you think I'm crazy, how did I read 800 fucking pages of their Pope's book? And I came to this conclusion. Do you think that I just made it up? Are you fucking retarded? Are you stupid? You think I read 800 pages and I had a vision that they're rapists? Oh yeah, that just sounds cooler. Like, oh, yeah, no, it's a better villain story. And are you fucking retarded? Are your parents retarded? Like, Thomas, Google Skull and Bones. They say the rape ritual. That one's not even a secret. The fuck is wrong with you? Hey, John, you're crazy. Is Epstein crazy as well? That's who you run cover for? In MK Ultra experiments, you cannot have a child soldier if they are not traumatized. That's why the U.S. military gets refugees. You are not the first person who is trying to expose the cult. Are you fucking stupid? Are you fucking stupid? Nobody can even debate destiny. You think people can actually understand this information? Of course it takes me. When people expose the cult, they go, oh yeah, it's a spell circle. I drew a star. You understand? You literally support Trump, who's a Satanist. Discord femboy is your name? What the fuck? Who are you? Discord femboy. Like, I'm sorry if I offended you. I'm reading in this book that says they're doing this ritual, and this guy's mad because he has a boyfriend in chat. Lumi, please tell me, is it okay for me to read this stuff to chat, or do they think I'm Hitler? It's fucking ridiculous, man. I got gay buddies telling me, yo, this shit's interesting, bro. I got gay buddies who tell me, yeah, no, I knew the Vril Society with Hitler was like gay and shit. And I'm like, no, you're missing the secret ingredient is like children, bro. That's why Crowley said 11-year-old boy, high in innocence and perfect intelligence, very intelligent boy, is the highest level for the ritual. You see, if you want your child to listen to you, you just cut your child's puppy's head off in front of him when he's 4 years old. And your child is psychically shattered and attached to you for the rest of your life. And remember, parents didn't do this to children because they hated them. They were taught that the child will piss away the family's wealth, and their family will lose billions if they don't fall in line and do exactly what they're told. Also, the child will tell that the parents do weird rituals, and the child will tell good people who are going to... So they get very afraid. They're like, how do I make it so nobody gives out the secrets? It's simple. Just make nobody know that there is anything. I mean, look how simple it is, all right? Look how simple it is, okay? There's a guy named Chat, all right? Chat has a big mouth. He tells everyone. So if Zherka does a ritual in front of Chat, Chat's going to tell the police. But if Zherka shatters Chat's mind as a child, then even if the police have all the evidence in the world against me, he cannot speak up. He cannot. Those people who say I'm going to stand up to my rapist, yeah, that can't happen when it's a Satanist who is screaming, cutting, bleeding. They're doing everything they can to wipe out the mind, right? This is not like a drunk rape where it's like the guy, goes to jail. So this is like a cult thing where the head of the police is always a fucking Mason and has to look the other way on an island, bro, where there's no police. So when you hear about all these cults, you never ask yourself, what's the real information that Alex Jones and them don't tell you about? It's generative principle. It's sex. It's the fucking psyche, the sexual psyche that Freud obsessed over, that they ruined his work over it. Yeah, Disney. Okay, here, let me just make this way easier. I'm just gonna skip to the good shit.
And agree with quite a number of his ideas.
Which ones in particular?
Well, chiefly his purely personal approach and his disregard of the historical conditions of man. You see, we depend largely upon our history.
Why is he saying that? Because Freud said the cult is real and I don't know if I want to dabble in. This guy who fucking destroys Freud, right? He's like considered God tier. This guy quit psychology to go to fucking Egypt. That's his last memory is something about a serpent. And he's going to talk about it soon.
We are shaped through education, through the influence of the parents, which are by no means always personal. They were prejudiced or they were influenced by historical ideas or what I call dominance. And that is a most decisive factor in psychology. And we are not of today or of yesterday. We are of an immense age.
Was it not partly your observation, your clinical observation of psychotic cases which led you to differ from Freud on this?
It was.
Focus now, okay? Focus. If the guy who gets the job at Chuck E. Cheese is a pedophile, if guys who work with children are always fucking pedos, who the fuck wants to work with schizophrenics and do experiments, hypnotic experiments with them? Only fucking Frankenstein's. Like, who the fuck, whose heart goes to this kind of work, this kind of witchcraft? And he's like a cute old man and shit, so you're like, oh, I don't know, John, he seems kind of innocent. Keep watching, bitch.
That's partially my experience with schizophrenic patients that led me to the idea of certain general historical conditions.
Is there any one case that you can now look back on and feel that perhaps it was the turning point of your thought?
Oh, yes. I made quite a number of experiences of that sort, and I went even to Washington to study Negroes at the psychiatric clinic there in order to find out whether they have the same type of dreams as we have. These experiences and others led me then to the hypothesis that there is an impersonal stratum in our psyche.
Are you missing Christianity yet? Is this guy not a fucking witch doctor? Isn't this guy a fucking freak? Am I crazy?
And I can tell you an example. We had a patient in the ward. He was quiet but completely dissociated, schizophrenic. And he was in the clinic already for over 20 years. He had come into the clinic, as a matter of fact, being a young man, a little clerk, and with no particular education. And once I came into the ward, and he was obviously excited and called to me, took me by the lapel of my coat and led me to the window and said, "Doctor, now you must see. Now look at it. Look up at the sun and see how it moves. You see, you must move your head too, like this, and then you will see the follows of the sun. And, you know, that's the origin of the wind. And you see how the sun moves as you move your head from one side to the other." Now, of course, I didn't understand it at all. I thought, there you are, he's just crazy. But that case remained in my mind. And 4 years later, I came across a paper written by the German historian Dietrich, who had
Yeah, it's kind of. Let's go to his. Look at this one: memories, dreams, reflections. Look at this shit. Damn, like it's not in the thing. Oh, imagine a lot. What the fuck? No, shot. I don't have the link. Why is it suppressed? What the fuck? Fuck. Hold on, chat. Let me show you something, guys. Masonic apron. Fuck. Yeah, look at this one, okay? Because the Freemasons are flat Earth, right? They're flat Earthers. Obviously, they got billions of dollars. They don't believe in a fucking spinning ball. You're a monkey and a spinning ball. Now look at this. Notice what they're showing you, okay? It's the seal of Solomon, the soul of man. Look at the two pillars on the dome. That's your brain. The water's above, right? But now look. What would that be? Your right part of your brain? Solar? Your left? Lunar? Male and female? And the star in the middle, that third eye, that electric pulse that comes from generative principle, meaning your dick. Just like Freud said, everything is about sexuality. It shoots up and deceives you. Look at that. The universe, everything evil, it's the great deceiver. That you can be as powerful as God and you be a star and blah, blah, blah. But they're going to rape you in that coffin. That's why they got that coffin there. Who's going to rape you? When you join a Masonic cult, Skull and Bones, a lot of people think it's like they just shoot fluids on you. No. Look into Kay Griggs and what she leaked about the military. Here, look at this shit. Kay Griggs. Wow, she's buried. Look at this. Bosnian War. Fuck. I don't know where she talks about it though.
Because they've
Someone have the timestamp?
it all over the place. He goes from being a Democrat in petty little brands.
She's talking about her gay husband. Look at this.
Henry Kissinger was a well-known, totally a homosexual, not even both ways.
What does that mean?
And so his wife is a marriage of...
Oh, it's just a convenience.
Like
yeah,
bi?
and he might, maybe he's discovered women in his late age. I don't know, but no, I heard through a very well.
Like, is it that shocking of a revelation to just realize Barack Obama was like LGBT president? Like, is it that hard to believe? I'm not those guys who think Bush is straight. But, I mean, that was like openly gay. Like, they had a rainbow house, White House, and all that. It's weird. When I was growing up as a kid, I was like, I don't want to see no rainbow White House. I don't want to see no church White House. I don't want to see no Muslim White House. I just want to see a White House. And then I grow up and I realized, dude, I was a fucking retard. Right? The humanity is beastly. They need the church, bro. You know what I mean? They need this I mean, if they don't, they make millions of dollars filming dead bodies in Japan like Logan. Like, that's his career kickstart. That's insane. That's got to do something to his psyche, you know? Like, his soul is definitely going to ponder on that when he's old. You know, when you're old and all you have is your own stories, you better love yourself. Did you ever go over this with chat? I'm not going to lie, dude. I haven't enjoyed chat in so long. Bunch of fucking retards, bro. When I say everything is about sexual energy, they say, dude, that you're reaching. But when Freud says it, they say, oh, no, that's Freud. When I say Carl Jung talks to demons, they go, yo, you're reaching. But when I show a fucking video of Carl Jung saying, oh, yes, they're very real, I talk to demons, then what the fuck? They just sit there with their finger in their ass. All I said today was, it's a psychic initiation of rape through the anus. And if you're Egyptian, there's also flesh eating. Skull and bones, masonry, you drink blood out of a human head. And it's just inversion of purity. It's not that hard to believe, right? That's the only way they can do their... I mean, you guys believe in a fucking pope lighting something on fire and whipping it around a few times. Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's like a Baptist ritual, whatever the fuck. But you can't believe in the darker side? Are you fucking retarded? And you know what's the craziest thing about all this? The most shocking thing about all this is that when popes do that fucking retard shit, it's all real. It actually works. I had no idea. And one day I was just sitting in my room. I was watching about the pope and I'm like, hey, Dad, Eden, Trim. I'm kind of confused. Like, how did the Pope get that position if he's not royalty? And everyone's like, well, he picked some toys out when he was the Avatar. I don't know, bro. And I'm like, dude, clearly he's just he's the best magician in the game. That's why he signs to be king of the world. Look at this fucking retard in chat. Bro, with this stuff, you're going to lose a lot of people. It's like you can keep having gay sex, bro. I'm just reading the page. Like, you don't have to do all this extra shit, man. So it's always like this, bro. When I watch a vegan shit talk red meat all day, I never get angry. I go, well, I like it, but yeah, I guess you're right about that. And then, I just read about this guy saying he's psychically activated when, someone enters their cave of Brahma. And then this guy's fucking shook, like I'm taking away his fucking boyfriend from him. Bro, you do whatever you want in life, right? Just don't come here and get depressed. That's so... You gotta go, bro. You gotta go. Yo, man, imagine I don't sleep all day. I fuck up with this stream. I was supposed to do something that's, I guess he's banned or whatever. And I'm tired, and I'm like, you know what? Just spew some truth. So at least these guys go to bed not doing anything too satanic tonight. At least these guys, have some voice in their head that's talking to them different than MTV. And it's like the most shit talking I've ever seen from my chat. It's unreal, dude. You're gonna go right to hell without a bit of uncomfortable truth. Is Satan your daddy? Let's not pretend that I don't go to hell for being wrathful, right? I gotta work on some things. I remember saying Andrew Tate is gonna have a very fucked up life because he's inverted those demons that he worked with, right? When you work with hookers, those kind of spirits linger with you. And I remember thinking his life is about to get very tasty, but very turmoil. And I'm like, what is it about Andrew Tate? Oh, He's godless. He's godless, so he thinks he's gonna meet God and say, "Hey God, I was part of the Red Pill movement," and it's like, dude, self-reflection is kind of cringe, but self-reflection, because God is watching, is like what you're supposed to do every day. You know. No, it looks like a psyop gone wrong, bro. I think they're actually trying to destroy him now. But, you know, usually everything works out for the guys at the top. Yeah, I mean, knowing this stuff is the only way you don't get deceived. Because here's the truth, bro. Your Bible can't save you if you don't know how to protect yourself from black magic, because you don't read your Bible. You try and get your fucking retard pastor to read it to you, and he sucks. He doesn't even get it. And it's like, dude, there's a whole world of black magic around you that you're not prepared to fight. Okay? You're not ready for that. You want something that's going to protect the shit out of you? Just search up symbols of Satanism and you'll see they invert the cross. Like, the cross is very powerful to them. Right? There. See, for the rest of your life. Now you're looking at nice cross necklaces to wear. You understand? What I did for you right here is more than your fucking stupid retard pastor will ever do for you, because he doesn't even believe in black magic. The only people who believe in black magic have billions of dollars. We can't even talk to them. Symbolism is how they float that archetype, that idea into the fucking mental plane. Well, they pull it. We pull, right? We don't actually have our own thoughts. We pull from thoughts, right? Because everything's from God. So we pull, right? Anytime you like doing some badass shit, you're pulling from the spirit realm. It's bleeding into your mental. You understand? I kept wondering why I had so many fucking weird experiences, and my experiences were so inverted that it was poetry. I'm like, why is God running a comedy through my life? You know, why is this happening? And I realized, dude, God gave me the stars, and I'm looking at the one that points down in the east. You know, I'm looking at wrath. I'm looking at fucking some bitches. I'm looking at some different apples, if you know what I mean. Right? The serpent is tempting me to taste. And I'm fucking these bitches and shit. I'm Andrew Tate, bro. I'm fucking the bitches and shit. Fucking crazy shit, man. No, I'm glad it sounds crazy, to be honest, man. Because I feel crazy lately, you know.
Well-grounded German that Henry's best friend's father told Henry to stay away from him, and that's why Henry left. The family were embarrassed, and Henry went to Britain, where they did this, and then changed his name from Heinz to Henry. And I interviewed a man named Bob, who's an Army enlisted person who told me about Henry in Cambodia. So he, up through Cambodia, he was actually raping young men. And of course, that experience destroyed.
Oh my God, John, I can't believe you. What the fuck? Another one? Another one? What the fuck?
The lives of these 5 young men, according to the source. I mean, he said he was crying, and this man was a perfectly wonderful, functioning, young married man who worked for a newspaper on the Eastern Shore and had 3 young children, went to Vietnam as an enlisted man, was put in Cambodia, which he said it was a lie living there, and then ran into Henry Kissinger, or Henry Kissinger ran into him and did certain things to him, invited him into his tent with some other men. It was horrible. but it was, you know, he said it's wartime and so forth. But he said, you know, I could have taken it mentally if it had been a bunkmate or something. But he said, when it's someone like Henry Kissinger who does it to you, you're ruined. He said, I could never, he said he came back home. Oh, and this is interesting, and I really believe that Bob's right. He said, Kissinger said to him, if you ever tell anybody.
Okay, this guy needs to fire his editor. Really getting on my nerves. I'm ready to report that channel. I'm like a second away from sending 700 people to mass report that motherfucker. I've never seen someone do that to me, bro. What the fuck? I haven't seen that in years. What are the material pros and cons of both sides, John? There's only one side, and it's basically appreciate the tier 3 mega. You know, I appreciate that, and God bless you. There's only one pro, and it's like Satan is the pro, okay? Because it's the material world, right? The hex is the 6, right? And it's like, dude, if you want to be very, very extremely successful, you need only to follow the beast system, the zodiac, the star system, the 7 deadly sins in the fucking galaxy. Just follow them. Just go be your own god. Go do whatever you want and be God's adversary and be like the rest of them. Yeah. The only time I feel myself getting, like falling into like black sun, you know, the dark solar, the only time I feel being pulled down is with the aggression thing. Like when someone pisses me off. When someone pisses me off, I'm ready to like blaspheme and shit. I'm getting really, that's not good, man. But I hate mankind more than I love God, and I hate that about me. You know, it's my hate for mankind that I love God, that he will punish. He will punish mankind. That's the sad truth. All right, where the fuck cybernetics? Hold on. Here it is.
One
Cook, and especially General Joy.
Joy.
General Jim Joy and General Carl Steiner they're evil men. And they are in this diary meeting with my husband almost every day in Beirut. They trained the men in black who killed those people in Waco.
Not only does she claim that Waco was a deliberate killing, but later in the interview she says that the military knew that the Marine Corps barracks was going to be bombed in Beirut, Lebanon. That bombing occurred in 1983, and more than 200 Marines died. The official story is that the bombing was a result of Arab terrorists. She doesn't explain why the military would allow hundreds of Marines to die, so we are left to wonder if the bombing was intended to give the Marines an excuse to get out of Lebanon, or if it was intended to create anger towards Arabs. As with the September 11th attack, the Oklahoma City bombing,
Intelligence-oriented?
Football players and so forth. But I have a feeling that Cap and Gown has a lot of intelligence officers and boys who may have been raped. Of course, they'd never talk about it.
Right.
But I know that the initiation is, they get very drunk, and even in the Marine Corps they do that. It's called dining in.
Yeah, the stuff I show is not a lie. You're just a retard. You're an idiot. You've been in chat your whole life thinking you're smart, bro. You watch fucking Richard Dawkins and you listen to some Jordan Peterson. You think you're smart. You think you're fucking... You know how many people opposed me? And now you guys are like licking my toes. Oh, John, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. You fucking idiots, bro. Where's that fucking moron in chat? Why isn't he typing now? Where's that fucking retard? Where's the fucking idiot? that said, "Oh, you're reaching. You've lost your mind." Why are you so quiet? Why are you so quiet now? Quiet like a bitch. Quiet like a bitch, dude. He's quiet like a bitch. That chatter's quiet like a bitch right now. He's like, no, wait, it's just like military and stuff. You're coping, you little bitch. You're coping. You're coping. You're seething, you little bitch. Look at that fucking little rat. He says, I'm here, speak up. Speak up? Why don't you explain this? What are we watching? Thomas, they ran a choo-choo train on you. You gotta come defend that shit? Come defend it, Thomas, you little quiet bitch in chat. Quiet like little fucking hoe. Little fucking hoe bag in chat. A fucking feminine in chat. He's just fucking leaning back now. Who's crazy now? Who's crazy now, you little bitch? You take your fucking retard DNA from your fucking 2 retard parents. Now who's crazy, bitch? Your parents are crazy. Your grandparents, your ancestors. Fuck your whole family. How about that, bitch? How about that? I'm laughing at your bloodline raised a retard. You just walk around the world going, the Epstein Island stuff is not real. Yeah, you're gonna burn in hell, bro. People like you burn in hell. All right? People like you burn in hell. You pedo defenders, your parents, your grandparents, all you pedo defenders go straight to hell. That's the fucking truth. So fucking sick and tired. You know how stupid the average person is? They say, no, I don't believe what you're saying. And then you say Epstein and they go, okay, but for that one I do. And you go, well, why would it be a different group? Like, wouldn't they be in bed together? So go worship the star of Remphan, you little bitch. You're laughing because you got no argument, bro. You look stupid as fuck right now. No, dude, I'm not knowledgeable, bro. I'm just fucking, how you say, when I read something, I don't piece together the boring parts like Jordan Peterson and Alex Jones and those fucking guys, right? When I read something, I don't read about Young talking about boring shit all day, right? I literally fucking get it. I take clips, every clip exposing his bitch ass of being a wizard. That's why the KKK were called wizards. Why does Jesus call himself the morning star? Lucifer in Latin equals morning star, Revelation. Oh my God. I guess Jesus is Lucifer? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that what you're trying to say? Because by that, right, you'd be in the camp with Adam Green and those guys who say Jesus is the serpent, right? And I only have one argument for you, right? Because I've heard this argument before, and there's actually a deeper one that's better than that adds to that. My only argument to you is, who has all the money on earth? And do those rituals work? Because if you want me to believe Jesus the serpent, you're pretty much saying that the book is not the book of God, it's just a random book made up. Well, if it's a random book made up, how are the rituals working? How is the magic working? How is there 1,000 books on this by geniuses? If there was no magic working in this world, then I'd say, you know what, you've got a point. Like, how are they doing rituals if Christ is not real? Are you saying just the demons are real? Or are you saying that, like, what are you trying to say? I saw, no, I'm not ever doing Crowley's books. Fuck no. I'm not ever touching black magic. I'll read about what it is, but I'll never actually touch a fucking practice book. Hell no. I have so much power over my mind when I'm alone. I do not. My dude, I am so good at keeping myself on the right path, but I'm never doing like 400 pages of that guy's shit, because that guy's disgusting, bro. You know, Manny P. Hall talks about the elements. He doesn't talk about the most perverted fucking shit. And, you know, some of those books are traps for the idiots, you know, that they can bind you in there. Like, for example, sometimes you get dominated by, who the fuck has the gall to text me right now? Like, are you... Who? Okay, that is the funniest thing I've ever read. What the fuck? Anyways, Jesus. Rare Kabbalah talismans used by Jesuits. Okay, let's see this.
Called the Rhythm of the Night. I can leave that.
You want to see something mind-blowing? Search up the famous physicist who said all quantum physics is explained by the Zohar and Jewish but biblical Kabbalah.
In the description below, some of you probably may these here are some very rare Jesuit talismans that are used by some of the esoteric mysteries regarding the Jesuits. These were different seals of angels that are found throughout different talisman traditions. Each one of these...
It's kind of weird how it's called the logos. You know, that like McDonald's and app logos that rule us. The logos rules us. Why is it always inverted? Like the serpent is on the ambulance and the World Health Organization and the
angels in each one of these different talismans have.
So here's those guys who say Jesus the serpent. Here's their argument, bro. Their argument is that someone casted the strongest spell on 7 billion people on Earth through the power of atheism. What do you mean? The audiobooks are online. Just search up Manny P. Hall. He talks about magic. It's all from astrology. It's all solar worship. The archetypes of God, right? Or the attributes of God, that's what they invert. That's why they put their star upside down. They're inverting it. I'm losing my mind though, bro. Ever since I started like being alone in a big house, I go through all this stuff and I'm putting it all in a project. And I'm thinking to myself, like, there's part of me that knows I'm an entertainer, but I'm not like Alex Jones. So what if like I inspire people, random people online to deep dive into some of those books? And then I said, why don't I just edit out the really bad books? Like, why am I putting that on my fucking psyche? I don't want to go to bed like that. Imagine I go to bed thinking like, you know what I mean? Would you do that if you were me? Would you just like fucking drop all the links? And I don't think I would. And you know what kills me, man? What kills me is if that video did pop off, if it gets executed how I want and not like, I will do it. What kills me is I can't even let that video get big because then people say it's demonically charged. You know, it can't even succeed if you think about it. It will succeed, but not without the scrutiny that comes with it, because people are going to be like, oh, you're not like Alex Jones that gets a screenshot. You actually read the books. That sounds a little demonic, bro. And I'm like, dude, we have a whole Discord of people who do it. It's not that demonic. But then, you know, I'm accused of a lot of shit because I have a notebook and I draw out symbols as I read. That's how I take notes, bitch. What the fuck? Think these fucking notes are coming to life? Yeah. I mean, yeah, intention's everything, but if you asked me to go to a satanic temple, I actually would. I would go do a documentary there. You know? There's something strange about me. When I have my eyes set on evil, I'm safe. But when I start partying and think my world's great, it just penetrates me, man. I'll have one bad weekend that will define my year. It's insane. Actually, hearing and seeing lies make you mentally ill. Mentally ill is you who believed in fucking COVID. That's mental illness. What happened to your little COVID, bro? Didn't you disrupt your breathing for 2 years? For COVID? Aren't you like on the brink of fucking ending it because of COVID? Jeez. You want to say this stuff is hocus pocus? Look at your TV, bro. I'll show you hocus pocus, you fucking retard. Yeah, everything's inverted with these magicians, you know? The TV's right and Zherka's losing it. I swear to God, man. Like, one in the chat if you believe in black magic, invisible forces, or if you just like, I don't know, live your life like a fucking retard. My dude, it's overwhelming. It's kind of game over. Check this shit out, bro. What's that guy's name? Christopher, what's his name? This is ominous.
Do you regard black magic as being purely fictitious, or is there some truth in it?
Some truth. 100% truth. There is nothing fictitious about black magic, in any way whatever. It is a fact. It is a fact which has existed for several thousand years. I mean, when we talk about black magic, we are talking about Satanism, necromancy, alchemy, witchcraft, the worship of Satan, the worship of dark forces, whether it's voodoo, juju, whether it's something practiced in the Western world or the Eastern world, whether it's easily defined or not easily defined, the order of the left-hand path, the following of this, the following of that. It is basically the worship of the force of evil as embodied by Satan, Lucifer, the princes of darkness and their legions and so on. In a very simple sense, of course, it goes much more deeply than that. It is a fact. It is a desperately dangerous fact. It does exist. It exists around us today. Satanic ceremonies will be happening in Britain tonight. Very definitely. Ask any priest, ask any member of the forces of law and order, and they will tell you that Satanism as such, it's there, and it has been for thousands of years. Man has worshipped the devil longer than he has worshipped perhaps an established religious figure.
Do you think you're in any danger in mimicking it in front of the camera?
No, that's an interesting question, because I must admit that it did enter our minds when we were performing some of these ceremonies. You see, I am playing, as I told you, a priest. The various ceremonies that are carried out by the priest, in this case myself, and the members of his group or coven, are blasphemous ceremonies, totally blasphemous and totally profane. They have to be. That is to say, they must be profane and blasphemous to be effective. This is part of the ritual and part of the belief of these.
Yeah, it's just inversion, right? They just invert everything that we do. It's not that complicated, bro. I was just saying that in the Bible, Jesus and Satan are both given the title Morning Star, which is Latin. And yeah, but one is called the deceiver, you fucking retard. So which one do you think it is? Another thing, they say Jesus' voice comes down like an archangel. They say that about Michael. Does that mean Jesus is Michael? I didn't want to answer it because it's a stupid one. But you should feel stupid as fuck that I have to do that. Do you meditate on good as well? No, bro. What the fuck? Meditation is satanic as fuck. I pray. What the fuck? No, I have ritualistic prayer. I have one prayer a day, and the mini prayers are just eating and gratitude and fam. And my WhatsApp call with my family will be the prayer, which I cut short, actually. That was embarrassing. And I pray, well, I'm not going to lie. I pray before my workout. That's a fitness prayer. Not like to be fit or anything, but like thank you for the body and shit. Then I have one, I'm not going to lie, dude. Ever since I was 21, I've been mini praying all throughout the day, like a schizo, right? Even, I'd never even read religion. I used to pray. It's like, I have this fear of becoming my high school self again, you know, like terrified. And I know exactly what if I start drinking and I start saying some crazy shit, I usually become very, like most people without God become bad, but me without God, I don't become bad. I literally start to grow fucking horns, dude. Like I don't have this like middle-ish path and shit where I can cope. Mine goes very south, dude. It goes very bad for me, man. Like, yeah, because remember, I'm a shattered fucking mind. Like a shattered person tells you they're shattered. They don't go live and say, I'm the shit, I'm this, I'm that. A shattered person will say, I'm shattered. It's like a cry for help. I'm not asking you for help. You guys can't do shit for yourselves. Right? And dude, prayer is this feeling of like soul nourishment. I'm talking about private prayer, I'm talking about like, there's nothing better than when you realize, oh, you're a white belt in prayer, that there's like degrees to it in your brain. That's a great feeling when it's like, some people think prayer is like this thing, like they fill up their car. And it's really sad that it's like, oh, I got to fill up my prayer tank. And I'm thinking like, what the fuck, dude? Prayer is like this white belt that, it gets fun, and it's like, it's this cheerful thing that turns into deepness. Depending, if you're having a bad day, it goes very deep. If you're having a good day, it's very cheerful. Most of the time, it'll be cheerful. And sometimes I notice prayer just levels me out, right? It can't make me happy. It cannot. I think people lie when they say that. But it'll always level me out. It'll center the problem, center my focus. And there's like this humility to it where it's like nobody is around me, but I'm around everything. So in my world, I don't really care about the stuff you guys care about. Right? I care about like when I walk in a room, everyone gotta be like, oh, that's Jon Zherka, bro. He's just on fire, bro. There's so much soul to him. Like you can feel that God is like, oh, this guy's he's actually going through the right soul architecture. He's not doing this demoralization ritual that like everyone does by jacking off to porn and shit. Like I stay frustrated, and really I worked 19 hours on this fucking project, and yeah, man, I don't know what to tell you, but my prayers feel like Dragon Ball, dude. Like when I'm done a prayer, I jump out of the fucking room and I punch the air and I feel strong. For me, I have to animate it. I have to make it like, I'm not gonna show Akira Toriyama as much love as the Infinite. You know what I mean? Like I get psychically charged through it. I always did a prayer every time I've ever had to fight someone at work. Anytime I ever had to fight someone. But I used to say like, Lord, forgive me for what I'm about to do. I used to be so fucking violent, man. And all that, where all that violent thinking comes from? It's when you hate yourself more than the world, and the world still doesn't give you a chance. And then you go, what the fuck, world? I already hate myself. What the fuck? Not you too. And so you start fucking punching hard and shit. Now I save my anger for demons, bro. Demons in chat, demons in person. Look, I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. I'm not gonna lie to you. The greatest thing I've ever started doing is if I sense someone flirting with a demon, acting a little weird, I immediately call them out. Not by voice, not by word, by nothing, just by energy. I just turn to them and look at them. And immediately they can feel psychically that I'm thinking of God and you're looking weird to me right now. Like you're looking like you're up to something. You know what I mean? So for me, it's an anime. For me, it's like God pours through me like it's a fucking anime. And I used to do like a more serious type of thing. Yeah, I needed to be grateful, bro. Like the scariest thing is having a meal today and forgetting to say thanks. Like that is, dude, I've woken up in the middle of my sleep and been like, oh fuck, I missed dinner. Yeah, because I'm already an ungrateful piece of shit in the real world, But I don't know, man. The flame for me is like, I stoke the fire. I stoke the soul. That's what prayer is. And but for me, prayer isn't like some kind of like romantic thing. It's like this. And I don't want to say childlike. It's like I feel like a white belt in front of like the teacher. You know what I mean? I go, I'm not courageous. Like I could be more courageous. God, give me more courage. Let's go. But now let me tell you something. Are you baptized? No, I'm not, bro. I'm not going to hell. Now, let me tell you something. Anyone who goes to church goes to fucking hell, bro. All right? Because your church has the LGBT flag. You're going to fucking hell. All right, let's finish this. Thoughts on Jehovah's Witness? Dude, I'm not gonna lie to you. As long as you're talking about God, I fuck with you, bro. Because it's like, then I go, wow, I can have a conversation about something that's like, oh, I get to like feel something. Bro, when I sit down with someone who wants to talk to me about NFL, man, come on. What, I want to live my stereotype? Check this out, though. Here, I expose him here. Carl Jung. Dude, why didn't I drop link? No links. What the fuck? No, this is a good year, bro. Everyone spam 2023 in the chat. This is a good year. But we got to keep saying it. We got to keep saying it's good. These words are powerful, man. Like the other day, I said to myself, chill out. And I stopped being angry. I was like, oh shit, what the fuck? I just said chill out in my room alone. I said chill out to myself. Let's see if I can find it. Carl Jung. Fuck. Do it like that, upside. All right. No. Anger. Black magic. Let's see if something pops up. They hide all the good shit. The gift of magic from the hidden red book. What the fuck?
And a horror crept over me. Am I not the tightly bound? Is the world there not the unlimited? And I became aware of my weakness. What would poverty, nakedness, and unpreparedness be without consciousness of weakness and without horror at powerlessness? Thus I stood and was terrified. And then my soul whispered to me.
Do you not hear something?
I am not aware of anything. What should I hear?
A ringing.
A ringing? What? I hear nothing.
Listen harder.
Perhaps something in the left ear. What could it mean?
Misfortune.
I accept what you say. I want to have fortune and misfortune.
Well, then raise your hand and receive what comes next to you.
What is it? A rod. A black serpent. A black rod, formed like a serpent, with 2 pearls as eyes and a gold bangle around its neck. Is it not like a magical rod?
It is a magical staff.
What should I do with magic? Is the magical rod a misfortune? Is magic a misfortune?
Yes, for those who possess it.
That sounds like the sayings of old. How strange you are, my soul. What should I do with magic?
Magic will do a lot for you.
I am afraid that you are stirring up my desire and misunderstanding. You know that man never stops craving the black heart and things that cost no effort.
Magic is not easy, and it demands sacrifice.
Does it demand the sacrifice of love, of humanity? If it does, take the rod back.
Don't be rash. Magic does not demand that sacrifice. It demands another sacrifice.
What sacrifice is that?
The sacrifice that magic demands is solace.
Solace. Do I understand correctly? Understanding you is unspeakably difficult. Tell me, what does this
I told you you're the retard. I'm not the fucking retard. You in chat. Your life sucks. All you do is say I make shit up. Then you watch something like this. Some retard in chat said it's schizophrenia. Yeah, what is schizophrenia? You fucking idiot. Was it chemicals again?
mean?
Solace is to be sacrificed.
What do you mean? Should the solace that I give, or the solace that I receive be sacrificed?
Both.
I am confused. This is too dark.
You must sacrifice solace for the sake of the black rod, the solace you give and the solace you receive.
Are you saying that I should not be allowed to receive the solace of those I love? And should...
It's taking your the serpent's taking your soul, you fucking retard.
give no solace to those I love. This means the loss of a piece of humanity, and what one calls severity toward oneself and others takes its place.
That is how it is.
Does the rod demand this sacrifice?
It demands the sacrifice.
Am I allowed to make this sacrifice for the sake of the rod? Must I accept the rod?
Do you want it or not?
I cannot say. What do I know about the black rod? Who gives it to me?
The darkness that lies before you. It is the next thing that comes to you. Will you accept it and offer it your sacrifice?
It is hard to sacrifice to the dark, to the blind darkness, and what is sacrifice?
Nature. Does nature offer solace? Does it accept solace?
You venture heavy word. What solitude are you asking of me?
This is the misfortune and the power of the black rod.
How gloomily and full of foreboding you speak. Are you sheep?
The black rod is the wand. It's the penis. It's the raping tool of children to harvest the energy. The generative principle, G in masonry. It's the phallic symbol. The obelisk at the Vatican. US, all around the world. The rockets. The building shapes nowadays. So don't ever say I don't try and take you guys through the right path. Like, I'm showing you the greatest psychologist ever and what he's really about. He's not talking about chemicals. He's talking about a world of sacrifice. Are you saying you should never enter a skyscraper again? What are you, fucking stupid? No, I'm saying they're built like skyscrapers to take away beauty and attribute of God from your soul. So everything looks like a fucking phallic. It's like to desecrate. Anyways. Are the big successful streamers on Twitch in on this too? No, dude. Most people who lose their soul lose it in percentage, like 2% a year from demoralization every year. They lose it slowly and become just beastly and part of the beast system. Being a part of this system is like way different than beast system. Like this is like the genius beast system. This is that this guy, he goes 50-50 with his check mark with Satan.
Sheathing me in the armor of icy severity. Are you clasping my heart with bronze carapace? I am happy with the warmth of life. Should I miss it for the sake of magic? What is magic?
You do not know magic. So do not judge. What are you bristling at?
Magic? What should I do with magic? I do not believe in it. I cannot believe in it. My heart sinks and I am supposed to sacrifice a great part of my humanity to magic.
I advise you, do not struggle against this, and above all do not act so enlightened. As if deep down you did not believe in magic.
You are inexorable, but I cannot believe in magic, or maybe I have a completely false idea of it.
Yes, I gather that from what you are saying. Cast aside your blind judgment and critical gesture, otherwise you will never understand. Do you still mean to waste years waiting?
Be patient, my science has not yet been overcome.
High time that you overcame it.
You ask a great deal, almost too much. After all, is science essential to life? Is science life? There are people who live without science. But to overcome science for the sake of magic, that is uncanny and menacing.
Are you afraid? Don't you want to risk life? Isn't it life that presents you with this problem?
All this leaves me so dazed and confused. Won't you give me an enlightening word?
Oh, so it's all as you long for? Do you want the rod or don't you?
You tear my heart to pieces. I want to submit to life. But how difficult this is. I want the black rod because it is the first thing the darkness grants me. I don't know what this rod means, nor what it gives, I only feel what it takes. I want to kneel down and receive this messenger of darkness. I have received the black rod, and now I hold it, the enigmatic one, in my hand. It is cold and heavy, like iron. The pearl eyes of the serpent look at me blindly and dazzlingly. What do you want, mysterious gift? All the darkness of all former worlds crowds together in you, you hard, black piece of steel. Are you time and fate? The essence of nature, hard and eternally inconsolable, yet the sum of all mysterious creative force. Primordial magic words seem to emanate from you, mysterious effects weave around you, and what powerful arts slumber in you. You pierce me with unbearable tension. What grimaces will you make? What terrible mystery will you create? Will you bring bad weather, storms, cold, thunder and lightning? Or will you make the fields fruitful and bless the bodies of pregnant women? What is the mark of your being? Or don't you need that, you son of the dark womb? Do you content yourself with the hazy darkness, whose concretion in crystal you are? Where in my soul do I shelter you? In my heart. Should my heart be your shrine, your holy of holies? So choose your place.
Bro, he's satanic as fuck.
What crushing tension you bring with you. Isn't the boat...
Imagine being those fucking idiots in my chat who said Jung was just a psychologist studying schizophrenia, bro. Imagine how stupid you have to be right now. Imagine how fucking retarded you are. Just sitting there like, this is fucking retard said some child made this. He's got other books if you want to see. There's more convincing shit. This is like child's play. You're wrong. Admit you're wrong, you stupid bitch. You come from whore parents. Anyone who disagreed with me, you came from whore parents. That's why you have whore DNA. Literally, your moms are hookers. If you disagreed with me, your mothers are hookers. Don't ever fucking disagree with me, ever, in this fucking chat, you stupid bitch. Disagree. When you disagree with me, I'm chilling with people who are serving Satan. You're protecting these people. Right? You and the black rod. Fuck you and your whole parents.
All of my nerves breaking. I've taken in the messenger of the night.
The most powerful magic lives in it.
I feel it, and yet can't put into words the nightmarish power granted to it. I wanted to laugh, because so much alters in laughter, and resolves itself only there. But laughter dies in me. The magic of this rod is as solid as iron and as cold as death. Forgive me, my soul, I don't want to be impatient, but it seems to me that something has got to happen to break through this unbearable tension that came with the rod.
Wait, keep your eyes and ears open.
I am shuddering, and I do not know why.
Sometimes one must shudder before the greatest.
I do bow, my soul, before unknown forces. I would like to consecrate an altar to each unknown god. I must submit. The black iron in my heart gives me secret power. It is like defiance and like contempt for men.
Well, I hate men like you. Wow.
Conscious. Jung has grappled with the unconscious for a long time. For him, the unconscious was a central mechanism in the individuation process. As it is stated in Wikipedia, individuation is the process of transformation whereby the personal and collective unconscious are brought into consciousness to be assimilated.
That's identical to Albert Pike's. I can't believe I did 1,000 pages for them all to just have the same fucking ritual?
Into the whole personality.
Fuck.
So there are two parts to the unconscious, the personal and the collective. The personal unconscious consists of memories and emotions that the individual has repressed, forgotten or rejected. These shape our behaviors and habits in ways that we are not aware of. They emerge to consciousness mainly via the process of psychotherapy and allow the individual to realize ways in which their unconscious is orchestrating their lives. The American Psychological Association describes the collective unconscious as follows. The collective unconscious is the part of the unconscious that, according to Carl Jung, is common to all humankind and contains the inherited accumulation of primitive human experiences in the form of ideas and images called archetypes and manifested in myths as well as other cultural phenomena like religion and also in dreams. It is the deepest and least accessible part of the unconscious mind. Think of it this way. Every person embodies patterns of behavior that are a consequence of collective imitation across time and generations. And most of these patterns have their roots in myths, religions, and other cultural phenomena. In the nature of the psyche, Jung writes, "Everything of which I know, but of which I'm not at the moment thinking, everything of which I was once conscious but have now forgotten, everything perceived by my senses but not noted by my conscious mind, and everything which involuntarily and without paying attention to it, I feel, think, remember, want, and do, all the future things that are taking shape in me and will sometime come to consciousness, all this is the content of the unconscious." It makes sense that a person that holds the idea of the unconscious in such high esteem would devote such a large part of his life in investigating it and experimenting with it. The Red Book is a very intense read. The text is dense, often poetic, always strange. It should be read slowly, with an open mind, and with a willingness to immerse oneself in the fantasies of another person. A deep analysis of the book requires probably a whole movie. For the purposes of this video, I will focus on 3 parts that stood out for me and can help one become enamored with the bedrock of Jungian thought. The first chapters of the book feel like an ode to the soul. Jung embarks on a sequence of fantasy adventures in an attempt to reconnect with the soul, which he feels he has abandoned due to the materialistic use and value nature of his time. The spirit of this time would like to hear of use and value. I also thought this way, and my humanity still thinks this way. But that other spirit forces me nonetheless to speak beyond justification, use and meaning. Filled with human pride and blinded by the presumptuous spirit of the times, I long sought to hold that other spirit away from me. I think that this is something all of us contemplate from time to time. The hectic and result-oriented nature of our societies render us oblivious to the demands of our true self. We focus too much on the pleas of the fabricated world around us, and we eventually lose our soul until we start crawling back to her. My soul, where are you? Do you hear me? I speak, I call you. Are you there? I have returned, I'm here again. I have shaken the dust of all the lands from my feet, and I have come to you. I am with you. After long years of long wandering, I have come to you again. Should I tell you everything I have seen, experienced and drunk in, or do you not want to hear about all the noise of life and the world? He whose desire turns away from outer things reaches the place of the soul. If he does not find the soul, the horror of emptiness will overcome him, and fear will drive him with a whip, lashing time and again in a desperate endeavor and a blind desire for the hollow things of the world. My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul, otherwise you will breed dragons and devils in your heart. Jung is quite adamant with his approach. For him, the lack of connection with the soul engenders neurotic behaviors and propagates problematic connections in every stratum of the social edifice. Most of the world's ugliness originates from our separation with our psyche, and as he says, when we don't nourish the soul, we breed dragons and devils in our hearts. Sonu Samdasani writes in the beginning of the book, the overall theme of the book is how Jung regains his soul and overcomes the contemporary malaise of spiritual alienation. This is ultimately achieved through enabling the rebirth of a new image of God in his soul and developing a new worldview in the form of a psychological and theological cosmology. The relationship between Jung and God is a turbulent one. He wrote a lot about Christianity and also Eastern religions. He mainly tried to understand and explain religion from a more psychological standpoint. Throughout the Red Book, he encounters God and has thoughts about his relationship with God. After a vision he has where he has to kill a figure riding a chariot made from the bones of the dead, which is presumably God, a spirit of the depths came to him and said, "The highest truth is one and the same with the absurd." Then he tries to analyze his thought and writes, "In that night my life was threatened since I had to kill my Lord and God, not in single combat, since who among mortals could kill a god in a duel? You can reach your God only as an assassin if you want to overcome him. But this is the bitterest for mortal men. Our gods want to be overcome since they require renewal. If men kill their princes, they do so because they cannot kill their gods, and because they do not know that they should kill their gods in themselves. If the god grows old, he becomes shadow, nonsense, and he goes down. The greatest truth becomes the greatest lie. The brightest day becomes the darkest night. As day requires night, night requires day. So meaning requires absurdity, and absurdity requires meaning." There is too much to unpack here, but there are two main ideas that stand out: absurdity and the death of God, and Jung tries to create a bridge between the two. Obviously, the death of God refers to the desperately needed renewal of interpretation of religion, but also in the death of God inside us, as he says. The God inside us must die so we can experience a spiritual renewal and awakening. The God inside us must die because we need to kill our obsession with the ways of the superficial and focus more on the ways of the psyche. The absurd is a liminal space between God and us. He alludes to that when he says that the highest truth is one and the same with the absurd. It sounds overwhelmingly unreasonable, but for Jung, truth is to be found beyond reason. He likes to play with duality and rethink our approach towards the divine. I understood that the God whom we seek in the absolute was not to be found in absolute beauty, goodness, seriousness, elevation, humanity, or even in godliness. Once the God was there, I understood that the new God would be in the relative. If the God is absolute beauty and goodness, how should he encompass the fullness of life, which is beautiful and hateful, good and evil, laughable and serious, human and inhuman? How can man live in the womb of the God if the Godhead himself attends only to the one half of him? An interesting figure that appears in Jung's fantasies is Philemon. Our first encounter with him in the Red Book is as follows. After a long search, I found a small house in the country fronted by a large bed of tulips. This is where Philemon, the magician, lives with his wife, Baucis. Philemon is one of those magicians who has not yet managed to banish old age, but who lives it with dignity, and his wife can only do the same. Their interests seem to have become narrow, even childish. They water their bed of tulips and tell each other about the flowers that have newly appeared. And their days fade into a pale, wavering chiaroscuro, which means light, dark in Italian, lit up by the past, only slightly frightened of the darkness of what is to come. Then he approaches Philemon and starts a weird conversation with him about black art. People tell me that you understand the black art. I'm interested in that. Will you tell me about it? What should I tell you about? There is nothing to tell. Don't be ill-natured, old man. I want to learn. You're certainly more learned than I. What could I teach you? The conversation goes back and forth in a similar manner. Jung asks Philemon about magic, and Philemon gives him vague answers. Magic happens to be precisely everything that eludes comprehension. But then how the devil is one to teach and learn magic? Magic is neither to be taught nor learned. It's foolish that you want to learn magic. But then magic is nothing but deception. Watch out, you have started reasoning again. It's difficult to exist without reason. And that is exactly how difficult magic is. Philemon is a figure that also appears in the Bible. He's closely related to Paul the Apostle, and his name means affectionate in Greek. Not sure why Jung decided to associate Philemon with magic, but it probably has to do with his interest in magic at the time he wrote this passage. Jung also writes, "It is an error to believe that there are magical practices that one can learn. One cannot understand magic. One can only understand what accords with reason. Magic accords with unreason, which one cannot understand. The world accords not only with reason, but also with unreason." Probably when Jung speaks of magic, he speaks of everything that we don't understand. He alludes to the unconscious, to chaos, to serendipity, maybe to synchronicity. Philemon is the person who possesses magic, hence he also possesses superior insight. He was Jung's Zarathustra. It was quite important, I guess, for Jung to establish a fantastic connection with such figures that stemmed from mythopoeic imagination, which was missing in the present rational age. Shamdasani writes, "The task of individuation lay in establishing a dialogue with the fantasy figures or contents of the collective unconscious and integrating them into consciousness, hence recovering the value of the mythopoeic imagination which had been lost to the modern age, and thereby reconciling the spirit of the time with the spirit of the depth." As you can understand, the Red Book is open to multiple interpretations. It can be read as a novel, it can be read as mythology, it can be read as the words of a crazy man. But that's its beauty and appeal. Anyone can express themselves on paper in an abstract and symbolic way. But Jung owns this process to such a degree that he has created a style that can be called Jungian. Just like Kafka's style is called Kafkaesque. Again, let's not forget that Jung is just a curious man trying to make sense of the world by surrendering to his fantasies. His personal unconscious, in tandem with the collective unconscious, are talking to him, and he's transforming their words into images and narrative. In his preface to the 1952 revision of Transformations and Symbols of the Libido, Jung wrote about the Red Book. I was driven to ask myself in all seriousness, what is the myth you are living? I found no answer to this question and had to admit that I was not living with a myth or even in a myth, but rather in an uncertain cloud of theoretical possibilities which I was beginning to regard with increasing distrust. So in the most natural way, I took it upon myself to get to know my myth, and I regarded this as the task of tasks, for so I told myself, how could I, when treating my patients, make due allowance for the personal factor, for my personal equation, which is yet so necessary for a knowledge of the other person, if I was unconscious of it? And Shamdasani adds, the study of myth had revealed to Jung his mythlessness. He then undertook to get to know his myth, his personal equation. By reading the Red Book, we become fellow travelers in a journey of self-exploration that prompts us to ask ourselves two quite thought-provoking questions. Who am I really, and what is my myth?
Hey guys, hope you enjoyed today's video. If you did,
Science, technology, development.
Crisis King!
Science,
You wanna do a bit of this? I'm gonna go to bed.
Science, technology, development. Science, technology, development. In all of this science, technology, and development, we seem to be moving along just fine. Humanity is progressing towards a new age of civilization. Just look at all the science, technology, development. Then one begins to look, and not at all the science, technology, and development. Rather, this one looks straight into the soul behind the thick shadow of outer progress. As we continue to strive to master the world, explore the cosmos, one must ask, what about the psyche? What about consciousness? What is the purpose of outer progress if there is no soul in the matter? One rare scientist, mystic, or just a mere curious individual looked into a different direction than almost all around him. Carl Jung knew what was most important in life, and he made it his life work to provide an honest, objective account on it. But before everything which we know as analytical or Jungian psychology was presented, he experienced the raw nature of the psyche itself. In his confrontation with the unconscious, as he calls it, Jung records his raw inner experiences in various black books. And it is in the final book, Black Book 7, where we find sets of ruins which arise from within Jung's own depths. A set of ruins without a connection to any known symbolic language. As the translators of the Black Books wrote, neither Nordic Germanic ruins or Egyptian hieroglyphs command the field, but something other. The language has never been taught before, even during the first 4 years or so of Jung's experiment. So it is through the obscure where we're headed, away from the so-called progress of today, so we may glimpse into what the so-called has distracted us from. Because it is in the obscure, individual by individual, where life and meaning are found. I bring forth a video on the ruins to highlight not only the ruins themselves, but the reality of the depths of the psyche, specifically what Jung calls the unconscious, a hidden deep layer of consciousness unfamiliar to those playing on its surface. And in order to grasp its energetic movement, its expressions, its hidden meaning, one must respect its symbolic language. An obscure language and movement Jung spent his life uncovering. In his final work, Man and His Symbols, Jung concludes part 1, the only section in this work attributed to him, stating, I have spent more than a half a century in investigating natural symbols, and I have come to the conclusion that dreams and their symbols are not stupid and meaningless. On the contrary, dreams provide the most interesting information for those who take the trouble to understand their symbols. The result, it is true, have little to do with such worldly concerns as buying and selling, But the meaning of life is not exhaustively explained by one's business life, nor is the deep desire of the human heart answered by a bank account. In a period of human history when all available energy is spent in the investigation of nature, very little attention is paid to the essence of man, which is his psyche, although many researches have been made into its conscious functions. But the really complex and unfamiliar part of the mind, from which symbols are produced, is still virtually unexplored. As Jung says, this space is complex and unfamiliar. While I'm not attempting to provide you the keys to the unconscious, to give you a master symbol to grasp all symbols, our journey into the runes will uncover deep insights into the nature of the psyche, specifically its enigmatic expression. But before getting into the runes, it is wise to gain background context on their arrival. First, we must look at the essence of the unconscious, specifically its symbolic language. Additionally, two figures show up in Jung's Black Book entries. The first is a black magician named Ha, who, if one is familiar with the Red Book, is the father of Philemon. And it is Ha who provides the runes, as well as his translation, which will be the feature of this video. While Ha provides the runes, it is Ha's soul, the shadow of Philemon, who provides Ha the runes. This figure is named Ka, and plays a more significant role at the end of the Black Books. Following this, we will explore the runes. I have set this portion of the video up so that Ha's translations show up with the symbol or symbols in discussion, making an easy, pleasant visual and audio journey through the runes. To conclude, I'll provide a few key points to highlight without providing any full translation on these runes. I believe it's best for all, especially individual consciousness, to work through these runes and come to the meaning on its own. And when I say work through them, I don't mean consciously figuring them out, but rather letting them work through you. So with our path set, let's begin our approach. For it is the function of consciousness not only to recognize and assimilate the external world through the gateway of the senses, but to translate into visible reality the world within us. A high regard for the unconscious psyche as a source of knowledge is not nearly such a delusion as our Western rationalism likes to suppose. We are inclined to assume that in the last resort, all knowledge comes from without. Yet today, we know for certain that the unconscious has contents which would bring an immeasurable increase of knowledge if they could only be made conscious. We begin with respect for the depths. It would be an injustice to the unconscious to just flash up these runes and provide mere opinions to their meaning. It is equally unjust to speak about this space without grasping its symbol-making ability. It was in the introduction where I quoted the translators to the Black Books, remarking these runes have no known connection to anything recorded in history. With this fact, we see the unconscious speaking on its own terms, that is, symbolically. Take the symbols too literally, and you've trapped yourself. Ignore them, and you risk the unpleasant experience of witnessing its expression without. As Jung says, the psychological rule says that when an inner situation is not made conscious, it happens outside as fate. That is to say, when the individual remains undivided and does not become conscious of his inner opposite, the world must perforce act out the conflict and be torn into opposing halves. Just as it does in a dream, the unconscious uses a medium to convey its message, and that medium is symbolic. Jung says that the psychological mechanism which transforms energy is the symbol, transferring, say, a potential latent unconscious energy into a form that can be experienced in conscious awareness. This symbol, the form, the medium, comes in all different modes of expression. Words are symbols, dreams are symbols, and so are specific shapes like runes. And while it's not a dream which these runes came through Jung, rather his active imagination, it is all the same process of transference, of intercommunion. It is said runes are the oldest scripted signs of the ancient Germans, and the word rune means secret in High Middle German. While these runes are not related to the ancient Germans, or hieroglyphs from Egypt, or cuneiform pictographs from Mesopotamia, or Chinese ideograms, they are not to be thrown aside as some hallucination. Rather, it should be viewed as a secret form of communication, oneself to oneself, as the term communication means to share or be in relation with. It's truly a self-communion. In the outer world, we communicate by speaking, writing, typing, and texting words, an arrangement of certain characters or letters which come together to form a specific message, a meaning. To understand the sentence is not only to grasp each word in itself, but also how they all come together as a whole. But of course, words can only do so much. I'm sure you've had a time when you wanted to express something, but couldn't seem to find the right words. Additionally, words lose their magic, the essence they point to, when consciousness, specifically ego consciousness, distorts the meaning of them. Jung speaks about this in the Red Book as an inner figure, the solitary one, speaks, "I dug up old runes and magical sayings, for words never reach men. Words have become shadows." The beauty about the runes is that they are completely unknown and foreign. They're like a dream. It takes another sense of logic to interpret, a sense of logic that we've lost in the West. This logic, which is grasping a chaos and finding a hidden order, is something Jung spent his life developing. He speaks on interpreting dreams in symbolic language in 2 quotes from his collective works. As for an attitude to go into the unknown, Jung states in collective work 18, The Symbolic Life, "Therefore, first of all, when you handle a dream, you say, 'I don't understand a word of that dream.' I always welcome that feeling of incompetence, because then I know I shall put some good work into my attempt to understand the dream. What I do is this. I adopt the method of the philologist, which is far from being free association, and apply a logical principle which is called amplification. It is simply that of seeking the parallels. That is how we learned how to read hieroglyphics and cuneiform inscriptions, and that is how we can read dreams." Jung then adds in his collective work 17, Development of Personality, "Coming now to the much disputed question of dream analysis, we proceed in a manner not unlike that employed in the deciphering of hieroglyphs. First, we assemble all the available material which the dreamer himself can give as regards the dream images. We next exclude any statements that depend upon particular theoretical assumptions, for those are generally quite arbitrary attempts at interpretation. We then inquire into the happenings of the previous day, as well as into the mood and the general plans and purpose of the dreamer in the days and weeks preceding the dream. A more or less intimate knowledge of his circumstances and character is, of course, a necessary prerequisite. Great care and attention must be given to this preparatory work if we want to get at the meaning of the dream. I have no faith in dream interpretations made on the spur of the moment and concocted out of some preconceived theory." Overall, through these 2 quotes, there are 4 points to quickly highlight. Points not only relevant for approaching these runes, but also approaching your own runes, your own inner symbolism. First, and I'd say most important, is that attitude to take when approaching something obscure and unknown. If you have your own theories, your own beliefs, your own prior convictions that X means Y is happening, that this symbol has this meaning, or any other assumptions, then the work can never begin. You get in the way. There's a sense of pure awareness necessary before any meaning may be extracted, an awareness that respects the symbol in itself, as it is. Next, Jung says to assemble all available material from the dream or symbol. While some moments or images may stand out, it is wise to capture the whole before looking at the parts. If not, you'll never have all the necessary parts to grasp the whole. In this video, not only will we be able to see all the runes, but also an interpretation of them by a figure in Jung's vision. Additionally, on this point, Jung speaks about applying a logical principle called amplification. This is a practice of finding parallels to the unconscious content coming through consciousness within mythology, religion, fairy tales, or other historical content which stimulates a certain collective archetype that may explain the ambiguous content. Jung writes in Psychology and Alchemy, this is why, in analytical psychology, we resort to amplification in the interpretation of dreams. For a dream is too slender a hint to be understood until it is enriched by the stuff of association and analogy, and thus amplified to the point of intelligibility. Another point to highlight is this look into the happenings of the previous day, as well as the mood, plans, and purpose of the dreamer in the days or weeks preceding the dream. As for Jung, he was on military service 4 months before this entry, so not much background information will be available. And the final point to add is that one must have great care and attention, as well as patience, to allow the meaning to come forth. This care requires a discipline to trust the process and not distort its unfoldment into consciousness. While an ego may want to get its hands dirty and solve the puzzle, the true meaning reveals itself in pure soil. One should be aware, tend the content, amplify it a bit, but should remain detached as if it were a seed growing within their consciousness. But remember, if you place this seed in a consciousness with hard-line beliefs and opinions, then the seed will be choked off and wither. Again, and this is my opinion, but through my own experience, only pure consciousness will allow that true seed to blossom. So with these 4 general points on how to approach anything obscure, as well as some background information on the symbolic language of the unconscious, we must explore 2 figures from Black Book 7 who are responsible for the runes. Philemon and other figures of my fantasies brought home to me the critical insight that there are things in the psyche which I do not produce, but which produce themselves and have their own life. The figures of the unconscious are uninformed and need man or contact with consciousness in order to obtain knowledge. Through Jung's visionary experiences, various figures arise, representing different personality forms and movements in one's unconscious mind, say the archetypes, which have provided Jung light throughout his inner journey. And while Jung's figures may not be your specific forms, it is their essence which lies within the collective of all. As I quickly discuss these 2 figures tied to the runes, keep your eye not only on their names and form, but also, and more importantly, on their essence. See if you can catch these unconscious essences or archetypes within you. The first figure to examine is Ha, the Black Magician, the interpreter of the runes. October 7th, 1917. This entry begins after Jung was on military service from June 11th to October 2nd during World War I. He begins as he speaks to his soul. My soul, offerings have been brought. Willingness is attested. Submission has taken place. Soul, I see and accept it. You have done what was required, and you will do what is still required. Go your way, without doubts. Any way that opens, according to your ability. Jung. Yet now, what was it? Someone stood at the corner at night. What does he want, and who was he? His soul responds, a darker spirit, a spirit of deception, a sorcerer of Satan, an adept of the blackest magic. Jung then asks his soul to let this darker spirit speak. Jung's soul says to Ha, the magician, "Listen, darker son of ancient earth, nephew of mother's mud, I call you. Come to the light of day." Ha comes into the light, that is Jung's consciousness, and responds, "Here I am. Surely you have not seen anyone like me. Surely I'm necessary. Philemon, my son is probably too weak. Should I help? What do you pay?" So already we have a feel for this figure. It approached as if a shadow within Jung, standing in the corner at night, and his soul says that it's a darker son of ancient earth, a spirit of deception, and an adept of the blackest magic. This all points to a rather earthly shadow side of life. Another significant point to highlight for those familiar with the Red Book is Ha himself says he's the father of Philemon. Here we see our first connection between this darker earthly figure connected with the lighter heavenly figure in Philemon. More on this connection will follow. One final point to add before continuing with Ha is the fact that Jung asks his soul to speak to him, as if Jung can't speak to it without his soul. He asks, she calls, and Ha comes through. After Jung's soul says, "You are too black, too much of midnight, too dreadfully earthy," then follows, "We don't want to be stared to death by you." She finally gets Ha to reveal some information as to why he's making his presence known to Jung. "What I want? Do you really want to know? I feel like strangling. Yes, strangling. Does that please you? I feel like strangling a man." This all leads to more information about this event. There's a footnote in which describes Jung during this episode. "I was writing in my book and suddenly saw a man standing watching over my shoulder. One of the gold dots from my book flew up and hit him in the eye. He asked me if I would take it out. I said no, not unless he told me who he was. He said he wouldn't. You see, I knew that. If I had done what he had asked, then he would have sunk into the unconscious and I would have missed the point of it, i.e., why he had appeared from the unconscious at all. Finally, he told me that he would tell me the meaning of certain hieroglyphs, which I had had a few days earlier. This he did, and I took the thing out of his eye, and he vanished." This entry continues with the inner dialogue between Ha and Jung's soul that expands on this footnote, and we will pick back up on it moments before the ruins arise. So after this brief feel for Jung's Ha, the true essence of the ruins lies in Ka. October 22nd, 1917. Just as the human is nothing without a soul, Ha is nothing without its own soul. It's rather interesting to see inner figures in the unconscious having souls, but this is not the only paradox of this pair. Ka is described as Philemon's shadow, showing the opposites of light and shadow in effect, in form within Jung. Jung's own soul says to him, "This attracts the dead, if I'm too needy. They draw me away from you. There's one in this neighborhood, the black magician's brother. He prowls around me." Jung answers, "What does he want?" His soul responds, "I don't know what he has or wants." Jung then commands, "So then ask him." His soul, in response, asks the dark figure, "What do you want, Black One? Come closer and speak." Before continuing, I want to expand on an earlier insight, and it's how these unconscious figures are felt. The ego, say Jung himself, consciously senses Ha when this energy was first felt. Ka, on the other hand, is not sensed by Jung, but through his soul. This is an important note for anyone doing their inner work, as if they think they can power through it all, they are mistaken. True inner work requires other senses than what we can consciously will. And as we will see, without getting to the roots of something, you'll never wholly grasp a thing. And I am not saying to lose will, that it's evil, as of course it's an important part of the work. Without Jung's conscious will, he would never notice Ha, which may never lead to Ka. But there are other things outside will which one must allow to come through, must bow to be whole. To Jung's soul, the dark figure Ka responds, I am the commencement of the soul. I am Ha, but his other side. I am his soul. I gave him the runes and the lower wisdom. I am his spirit. He is gone and I remain. I want to be with you. Jung then asks his soul, what is the uncanny companion to us? To which she asks Ka, what do you want with us? Ka answers, you must have me, for you will still need me. Ha knows the outer, I the inner. He has poverty, I wealth. What does he know? Just his boring story of cones and suns and serpents, poultry runes. A golden seed burns in his eye, but my eyes are of sheer gold. My body is black iron. I am heavy and lasts for eternities. I know the meaning of the runes. Ha blabbers about them like a child. Just as in a dream, one can point out various signs, forms, and symbols, but the true hidden meaning is just below the surface. And Ka is just this below. As we get into the runes, Ha will go on just as Ka says, offering some key points to note. But as you will see, there is much more work to be done to grasp the runes, a level of insight which is of the essence of Ka. The entry continues as Jung interjects, be careful, my soul. He is uncanny. He is exceedingly clever. Soul, you still come without a request. What do you want? Ka, I ask for nothing more than I can accompany you. Jung, I mistrust him. Soul, I think that you should let him come along. What Ha said was not utterly stupid. In his own way, it was even artfully clever, though blasphemous. I admit that. Jung's soul then asks Ka, are you hiding evil in your black heart? Ka, no, I don't even have a heart. I am iron through and through. I'm cold, that's all. Maybe that's something you can use. Soul, did you hear? He's cold and clever. Wouldn't that be useful? Jung, so let him come along if he tells you what he knows. Soul, listen, Ka. You may come along on condition that you teach us what you know. Ka, I know what you need. You need my mystery. My mystery is the essence of all magic, and that is love. You are too warm. How could you radiate love? You have it in you. It does not radiate to others. What does the ancient one in the white cloak say to you? He speaks love and does not speak of it. Listen, man. You let yourself be robbed by your soul. She forces you to give love. Then she rules. Above all, she wants to rule. Do not give too much love. Look at your goal and not at love. Then you will radiate love. Does Philemon have love? No, he radiates it. Let me come along. I give you coldness, which generates the warm radiance. The entry continues with Jung asking his soul to see what Philemon has to say about this, to which Philemon joins the dialogue between Jung, his soul, and Ka. It is a beautiful exchange between the light in Philemon and its shadow in Ka, but for the purposes of the runes, I want to keep focus on the essence of Ka, as a lengthy footnote provides key context. In Memories, Jung recalled, later Philemon became relativized by the emergence of yet another figure, whom I called Ka. In ancient Egypt, the king's Ka was his earthly form, the embodied soul. In my fantasy, the Ka soul came from below, came out of the earth as if out of a deep shaft. I did a painting of him.
Boy, that spirit is so gay.